nationalbank.com.gh and opt to have one of our consultants call you, or you can pop into any of our branches at Accra Mall, Junction Mall, Makola Mall, West Hills Mall, Achimota Mall, Tema Community 11, Jan Towers, Lodestar Heights at Tema Community 1, Market Circle in Takrady, State Complex, Edum Kumasi, or our head office at the Accra Financial Center building in Accra. It is more than just business to you. That is why we help. First National Bank Ghana is a subsidiary of the First Rand Group of South Africa. First National Bank, how can we help you? But of course, even as we go about our work and everything, it's important that we arrive alive. It's important that we are careful. It's important that we keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel to ensure that we arrive alive. And our Arrive Alive campaign is brought to you by the National Road Safety Authority and supported by the Joy News and Multimedia Group's Drive Safe campaign, and also supported by Toyota Ghana Company Limited. Toyota, superior quality and logistic movers. We help you to relocate. But Toyota Ghana Company Limited is offering special packages for every Toyota Yaris purchase within the next 3 months. For the purchase of every Toyota Yaris 1.3 liter or 1.5 liter, customers will enjoy the following benefits and more: mega discount on price, free fuel, or 1 year free service. So drive a Toyota Yaris made for Ghana with a manufacturer's warranty of 3 years and 100,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. Just visit any of our branches in Accra, Tema, Kumasi, Takwa, or Takrady, or call 0302-910-204 to enjoy these great deals. And remember, this offer is valid while stock lasts. Toyota Ghana Company Limited is proud to be associated with the Drive Safety Tips on the Super Morning Show. But it's time for us to learn how to say it right, and it's brought to us by Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited. Kingdom, your number one stop shop for all office essentials and stationery.
Something must be done.
You say
Kojo!
Wheezy.
I think we might as well plan lunch while we're together.
You'll have to count me out, I'm afraid. I've got lunch from Food Pharmacy today.
Oh, really? What they having?
Rice.
With?
Fish.
Which fish?
Salmon.
Oh, I love salmon. And note, I said salmon, not salmon.
Oh, yes, the L is silent.
Well, tell that to the numerous people who are ordering salmon in chop bars across the country.
I know. And the funny thing is, the fish they are calling salmon is actually mackerel.
Oh, wow. It's such an entanglement of fish and fish names.
Sometimes it's like swimming upstream, isn't it?
Well, sometimes it's like we're salmon.
Not salmon.
No, that's mackerel.
Oh, my head is spinning.
You say
I know.
Right, and so Say It Right was brought to us by Kingdom Books. Saying it right does not come by chance. You need to read the right books early in life. And this is why Kingdom Books, your number one stop books and stationery shop with over 40 years experience, is offering great discount on readers and other learning materials to help your kids to say it right. Now, these readers of books or learning materials include phonics flashcards, Aesop's Fables, Oliver Twist, The Fish That Talked, Emperor and the Nightingale, Growing Up for Girls, illustrated classics, junior illustrated grammar, punctuation, and many more. So visit any of Kingdom Books and Stationery Shop to get a good discount on your purchase. For further information and inquiries, call 0501-401-050 or 0244-311-955. It's time for News Review, brought to us by CompuGhana. Shop at any CompuGhana branch nationwide and get up to 40% discount and free delivery. CompuGhana, passion for technology. Right, so NIM executioner. Good morning again. Good morning again.
Winston, good morning.
Right, shall we get into the headlines?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to start with a daily guide this morning. And banner headline, Return Ijapa to Parliament, Akufo-Addo orders. There's also NDC's Felix, hot over dawn visit to Lady, solar irrigation for cocoa farms, MP Killish, charge sheet amended, VR gets waste treatment facility, and on the back page, the Barcelona coach has been talking about how difficult it has been to manage Messi. Kotoko board member gets excellence award, and ex-keeper takes over Tema Beach soccer.
And the New Crusading Guide says NPP warns Mahama for inciting public against security forces. Government begins payment for local tertiary scholarships, and Volta region gets solid waste treatment plan. And also on the front page, Bono East Minister in trouble as Abbey National Savings and Loan sues to recover 866,580 debts.
The Business and Financial Times is reporting fund managers losing clients to banks. That's according to a KPMG report. Volta region gets solid waste treatment facility. Agric requires strong regulatory authority. That's according to Agribusiness Chamber. And startup bill heads to lawmakers in January.
The Daily Statement says Bamia commissions facilities for Bibiani College of Health. Government begins payment for local tertiary scholarships. And MPP fires warmongering Mahama, accuses him of preparing grounds to reject defeat. And President launches revived national health policy.
December 2020 election will use only manual transmission to collate results. That's according to the EC, and that's on the front page of the Ghanaian Times. Government to introduce startup bill to support small businesses. Volta Regional Minister cuts short for construction to begin work on solid waste facility. EC is not following legal provisions to ensure credible and transparent elections. That's according to ex-President Mahama. I'm tempted to say government official one, but let's just keep it as ex-President.
Yes, ex-President Mahama is all right. And the final says the impact of free SHS will be visible in 10 years, Dr. Baumia. Abnau Sayasari shakes at Tiwa East with massive health work and 14 fallen police officers honored. COVID-19 Ghana's case count rises to 620. Wow. We're having this conversation yesterday. And Mahama's war drum utterances sign of impending defeat, NPP, and GJA condemns impunity for crimes against journalists.
And the Chronicle taking us to church this morning, Galatians 3:22, but the scripture has shut up everyone under sin. And of course, the major headline on the front page, shut up Mahama with your thumb on December 7th. That's according to the NPP. Voters declare faith in EC. That's according to the CDD survey that was released last Friday. And Abi Lord's organizational skills of Asensa Boache. And GJA NMC UNESCO collaborates to protect journalists.
All right, so the final one that I have is a daily graphic and says December 7 polls beckon Greater Accra must-watch region and 135 farmers to be honored on Friday. Virtual celebration slated for Techiman, and graphic business Stanbic Bank breakfast webinar is at 7:30 a.m. today. It'll be live here on the Super Morning Show. Also on the front page, PNC to deliver prosperity, Apasara, and return a Japa deal to Parliament. President instructs Finance Minister. And anyway, we're going to get into the Japa deal shortly. We begin to, we'll be reviewing everything about that particular deal. But first, let's bring you the online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy. So, going cashless has never been this convenient and exciting. Goyle e-payment system is now compatible with GH-Link, the national payment platform. So, you can now use your GH-Link card on Goyle POS machine to purchase fuel. GH-Link card offers additional option for fuel purchases at Goyle stations in addition to the Go card. And every fuel purchase is recorded automatically on your monthly bank statement, helping cardholders track and manage their expenses. So, go ahead and use your GH-Link card to buy fuel and all lubricants from any of Goyle's over 400 stations across Ghana. Go cashless and protect yourself and stick to all COVID-19 protocols in these times. Goyle Good Energy, Goyle Yenara Yenzi. But get 50 gigabyte data free whenever you buy a Surfline device at any Surfline shop or retail outlet today. Surfline Ghana's premier 4G LTE network puts the whole world in your hands. This 50 gigabyte data gives you enough data to power your digital lifestyle for schoolwork, virtual team meetings, all your streaming services, as well as sharing fun moments with family and friends. And our bundle offerings give you flexibility to choose between no expiry or never running out data. So, whether it's internet for your whole family, your school, your office, or yourself, Ghana's only true 4G network has got you covered with 50 gigabytes offer. Walk into any of our shops or retail outlets in Accra, Tema, Takrade to buy a device and redeem 50 gigabytes of internet instantly for free. Surfline, it's about time.
All right, I'm Winston, so I'm going to go online, and My Joy Online has about 6 different headlines, all on Ejapa, different aspects of it. So first one, Ejapa deal, send transaction back to Parliament for scrutiny. Another one, involvement of Oforiata's data bank in Ejapa deal smells of bid rigging. That's according to Martin Amadou. Reasonable suspicion of bid rigging, corruption activity detected in Ejapa deal, according to Amadou. There's also the full document available on My Joy Online. And Martin Amadou has also said that I would have interrogated Mahama over Airbus scandal if not for election 2020. And of course, the Ministry of Finance responds, Ejapa deal is transparent. Oforiata replies, Akufo-Addo. That's it for My Joy Online.
Great. So, anymore, it's now time for us to get into the Japan analysis. Now that all the websites are talking about it, and Joseph Akable is a member of our political desk. He has joined me. He'll be helping us do all the analysis. Joseph, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston. How are you doing?
Fantastic. God has been good to us. So let me just start off with, what the special prosecutor says on the selection process for the transaction advisors, appointment of service providers, underwriters, in terms of the contract. And according to Mr. Martin Amidu, on the 18th of July 2017, some institutions, that's the Triple Flag Mining Finance Limited of Toronto, Canada, and on the 25th of September 2017, Petrodel Investors Limited, of Nevis, and then Imara Corporate Finance on the 16th of October 2017, all wrote to the Ministry of Finance, wanting to become transaction advisors. Now, we are told that the Ministry of Finance, in a letter dated 6th October 2017, signed on behalf of the minister by Charles Edubois, a deputy minister, an address to Mr. Ejenim Boaching Ejay, that's then CEO of the Public Procurement Authority, referred to 4 named financial institutions who were willing to offer the government a receivable-backed credit facility, and stated that given the specialized nature of the transaction structure and limited time available for government to reach a financial close, government had decided to use restrictive tendering method to procure one of the firms for the transaction. Now, the ministry was therefore, in that letter, requesting that, in line with Section 38 of the Public Procurement Act, engage the following firms by direct invitation. Now, it's important you, take notice of the firms: Triple Flag, Navara Capital Limited, Stanbic Bank, and Petrodel Investor Limited. Now, the special prosecutor in his report says the absence of the name of Imara Corporate Finance from this list needs to be noted. And so we are noting it. That Imara, in that list sent to the PPA CEO, is not in there. And it continues to say, after exchange of letters between the two institutions, the CEO of the PPA writes a letter and stated in that in order to facilitate the processing of the application, the ministry was to kindly furnish the authority the documents mentioned in the minister's letter under reference, which did not accompany the letter, and to state that the exact list of firms to be invited to tender for the procurement activity, as well as their statutory documents. This is instructive. And the special prosecutor makes the point here that if you look at it now, in the first letter, there's reference made to 4 firms. Now, in his reply on the 13th of October to a letter dated 6th October, the PPA CEO is asking them to actually submit the list with their statutory documents. So we're told in this report that after that, there are letters that are written, and with the letters that are written, the Ministry of Finance then says, according to the evaluation report, a request for proposals was sent. So it says that 8 institutions. So it says, now this is how the Ministry of Finance obtained approval from the Public Procurement Authority to include this. And it says 8 institutions now are the shortlisted institutions. And these are the 8 institutions: JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Imara Corporate Finance, Citibank, Morgan Stanley, Barclays Bank, Standard Chartered, Rothschild & Co. And according to the special prosecutor, a request for proposals was sent electronically to the 8 shortlisted international financial institutions.
And so in this request for the proposals, something interesting happens which the special prosecutor notes. This time around, the government in the request is asking that those who are sending in the proposals among the 8 companies, you are supposed to have a collaboration with eligible Ghanaian firms with complementary capabilities shall be favorably considered. Now, the ministry, according to the SP, received only 2 responses, both of which had local partners. The special prosecutor, however, argues in his report that the request, which was approved by the PPA, did not make the approval subject to any collaboration with eligible Ghanaian firms. And so first, you indicated that 4 companies, it moved to 8, but it made no reference in terms of the request to the PPA, which was approved for a local partner. And all of a sudden, the ministry writes to the companies to bring in proposals and tells them that you need to add a local collaborator in order to get a favorable response from us. Now, the special prosecutor, however, argues that the request was approved, like I said, did not have it. He says that the insertion of this condition was opaque and contrary to the PPA approval for the purpose of prevention of corruption and for suspected violations of the Public Procurement Act, which may constitute corruption and corruption-related offences. The firm said to have met this new condition where Imara, with Data Bank as local partners, and Morgan Stanley with Borders Advisors as local partners. Then he goes ahead to talk about these two entities. Exactly. And I'm sure you are aware of Borders, the role they played in the collapse of the banks, where they issued reports. And he makes reference to Data Bank to make the point that it's a known fact that the finance minister has business interest in Data Bank. He again names another official at the finance ministry, whom he makes the point that also has business interest in the Data Bank. In fact, he says this official, one Felicia, actually works at the finance ministry currently, and in terms of her position, he says it's such that she has access to overlook the entire transaction, being in charge of administration, and she had previously played a critical role at Data Bank as well. And so the point he's making is that in terms of the manner by which the requirement was made for the inclusion of local partners, is what he says smells of bid rigging, in the sense that it ensured that within a short period that the 8 companies, some of whom he said mainly the American companies, did not have the opportunity to immediately have their local collaborators in place in order for them to qualify for the bid. And that's why he says amounts to the smelling of the bid rigging.
It also makes the point that if you look at the JP Morgan, the Morgan Stanley even bid, for instance, they did not make any unsolicited proposal like Imara had made, and he was wondering how they got involved all of a sudden. But that's not all. He also talks about the payment mechanisms. He talks about having entered into the agreement with them, Joseph, how payments were structured contrary to parliamentary approval. The special prosecutor says that he believes that because this institution that was being hired by the Ministry of Finance was a foreign entity, it should have gone to Parliament for parliamentary approval. However, that did not happen. Of course, the Deputy Minister of Finance, that's Charles Edubuahene, provides an explanation, citing the Attorney General in Balkan Energy case, to say that he thought that they were just acting in advisory capacity and thus did not need to have any, parliamentary approval. Now, it's important, Joseph, that we get to another part of it. And the special prosecutor is talking about manipulation here. He talks about, and that's on page 11, it says the manipulation of the request for proposals in a manner inconsistent with the PP approval to enable Imara Corporate Finance of South Africa to win the bid with Data Bank Financial Service and the individual interest of the finance minister and Felicia Ashley. And this is the lady who moved from Data Bank to the Ministry of Finance.
In fact, she had previously worked as Vice President and Head of Human Capital and Administration at Data Bank. Mr. Amidu says her current role as Director of Human Capital and General Administration meant she had oversight responsibility for the processes that saw the involvement of Data Bank. These revelations are contained in the risk assessment as you are taking us through there.
Yeah, so now the special prosecutor makes a point. He says that it is with the foregoing lenses, that is, analysis of risk, corruption, and anti-corruption assessment, leads one to the conclusion that the contention of the Ministry of Finance, soon to be quoted, lack integrity in stating that Imara Corporation Finance and Data Bank were engaged as transaction advisors after going through a restricted tender process. The ministry contends that as a result of the advice of the transaction advisor and based on the fact that the royalties are deemed to be a tax which go into the consolidated fund, it was agreed the best way to approach the transaction was to draft a bill for consideration and passage by Parliament. And he says the Deputy Minister of Finance, Charles Edubuahene, from the analysis of the risk of corruption and anti-corruption assessment, appears to have been the Deputy Minister who oversaw the bid selection process for the engagement of the transaction advisor. And he says by overseeing the manipulation of the selection process contrary to the PP approval to bring in Data Bank Financial Service through the side door as a decoy, he would have appeared to have compromised the Minister of Finance's objectivity in supervising the actualization of the government's policy in the handling of the special purpose vehicle establishment and the transaction from them. He's questioning the Minister of Finance's objectivity in all of this based on how it's happened. But I just want us to quote this before I bring you into, the role of the Chief Director, because the Special Prosecutor talks about the Chief Director not playing,
the Ministry of Finance. Not being involved. We've also secured a copy of a memo that the Finance Minister had written to the presidency, and it's fair to read portions of it relating to what we've discussed so far about how data bank became involved. Now, the main issue that SP has is the fact that when the approval was obtained, there was no requirement for the participation of a local collaborator. Now, the finance minister, in his response here, says that the stipulation in the RFP for bidding entities to collaborate with local firms or present a consortium to bid for contracts is not alien or offensive to procurement practice or the Procurement Act. And so he's simply saying that, well, he's not denying what you are saying, but he's making a point that, as far as I'm concerned, this is not contrary to law.
And that is where the special prosecutor continues, Joseph, because he makes the point that having gone through the appointment or recruitment of transaction advisors, and this is the last paragraph on page 12 of the report, it says, the Ministry of Finance, representing the Republic of Ghana, became the transaction advisor through its foreign surrogates, and these are the words of the report, I'm quoting verbatim, Imara Corporate Finance, and the transaction advisors became the Ministry of Finance with the authority to determine the future of the nation's gold monetization policy. Now, this appears to be the only reasonable explanation for the Ministry of Finance infringing on provisions of Part 6 of the Public Procurement Act as amended by unlawfully delegating to the transaction advisors in Clause 2.2 of the mandate agreement the statutory authority and functions of the Procurement Entity Tender Committee of the Ministry as its only gazetted covered entity. Now, this also provides a reasonable explanation for the Ministry violating the Public Financial Management Act by unlawfully ceding to the surrogate transaction advisor the authority, this is instructive, and functions of the Chief Director as the principal spending officer of the Ministry to commit the Ministry's budget appropriation by signing contracts, engaging and appointing other service providers. Probity, transparency and accountability had been sacrificed for individual interest, greed, and all caution thrown to the wind, thereby lowering the risk of corruption and making corruption a low incentive activity. And this will be in relation to even the appointment of other advisors, Joseph, when it gets to the appointment of African Legal Services, which the special prosecutor has raised questions about. We'll get to that part shortly, but we need to, go for a bit of messages because, the BBC News is normally brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. We'll go for some messages. We'll come back shortly, and once we return, we'll continue with the analysis of all of this. We'll find out why the special prosecutor says the chief director for the Ministry of Finance was sidestepped in all of this process. Joseph Acquah is still here with me. We'll tell you everything you need to know about the Ejapa reports. This is the Super Morning Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
You know, this vehicle runs on Gold Super XP Run 95, loaded with additives.
Gold Super XP Run 95. Expensive, right?
Not at all. Gold Super XP Run 95 is of higher grade, but sold at the same price as the regular fuel. No extra cost.
Unbelievable.
It is designed to burn slowly, improves fuel economy, keeps engines clean from carbon deficits, and gives less vibration.
All that at the same price as regular fuel?
Absolutely. With Gold Super XP Run 95, no driver needs to pay more for any higher grade fuel.
Goil, good energy.
With our new Always On bundles, you'll never run out of data in the middle of any important activity, no matter what. Choose from our Always On plans and enjoy true 4G LTE that never stops. Surfline, it's about time.
Anywhere you did, some big data.
Akosia, I'm awful. I have to go and deposit today's sales and buy some things before I get home.
Okay, but deposit money at this time. It's past 6 p.m. Which bank is so open?
My daily sales always goes to Stanbic Bank no matter when I close.
Hey.
Even without my debit card, I can still deposit my money at a Stanbic ATM anytime. Stanbic literally follows me everywhere.
Hey, wow. That's good, though. Me, when I close late, I have to carry the cash on me home with all the risk.
Hey.
Sometimes even when I hear mosquitoes making noise in my ears, it's my heart. I wake up to see if the money is still there.
Akosia, don't make me laugh.
I said that you are laughing. I'm serious, laugh.
Imagine all the 1001 ways you can bank safely without leaving your home or office. If you need any help, send us a message on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram at Stanbic Bank GH. Stanbic Bank, it can be.
coffee in your cup, and joy on the set, the Super Morning Show is always the best on Joy 99.7 FM.
Right, so welcome back from those short messages, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show. And this morning, we apologize for not being able to bring you the BBC News that is brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us, because we are explaining to you, breaking down the Special Prosecutor's report on the Ejapa royalty agreement. And we've told you how the Special Prosecutor says that in the first letter seeking permission to resort to restrictive tendering, there were 4 entities in that list. We did not have Imara. And then eventually, when the PPA CEO was responding to that particular request, he says a list, together with their VAT and other documents, be submitted. And a list of 8 is presented, including Imara. And following the Finance Ministry's request for proposals, Imara, in fact, the Finance Ministry actually adds that it would be favorable if they added a local contractor. So Imara and Morgan Stanley submit bids out of the 8 that were shortlisted. Only 2 of them responded. Morgan Stanley, their local partner was Boulders. You know Boulders, don't you? And then Imara, which eventually won, had Data Bank. And this is where the Special Prosecutor raises a few issues. And we'll be delving deeper into them shortly. But you know, one thing I've come to realize is that life is better when you have a trusted partner, when you have people that you can rely on, who are willing and able to have your back. And that's why I use Fidelity Bank, because they provide me with constant support to grow. With Kukwa, their helpful WhatsApp banking assistant, Fidelity Online Banking, their Visa, MasterCard and prepaid cards, and the efficient Fidelity mobile app, I'm always equipped to take on the world and meet my daily and long-term goals. I check my account balance, top up airtime, get mini statements, and pay bills and transfer money on the go. I even open my account on their website at my own convenience. So you should give it a try too and make it happen with Fidelity Bank, because you and Fidelity together we're more. Fidelity Bank, believe with us. So Joseph Akable is still here. Now, Joseph, let's get to the appointment of African Legal. But before we get to the appointment of African Legal, the Special Prosecutor talks about the fees and expenses which were rendered in terms of the evaluation. That's after he had talked about the phases of the transaction. He talks about 3 phases in there. So there's the first phase is the evaluation and recommendation phase, which includes the presentation of a detailed written report regarding the most suitable structure for the transaction. And then he would move to the second phase, which is the documentation and preparation phase, and the third phase being the execution phase. Now, he talks about fees and expense rendered in terms of the evaluation and recommendation phase, which is to be paid by the Ministry of Finance to the transaction advisor, and it's as follows: a fixed retainer of $15,000 per month, payable quarterly in advance to Imara from 1st May for a maximum of 12 months, and such fee is to be offset against the success fee, which is $4 million. Now, I'm sure you'll get to that part shortly, but he also makes reference that even the mandate agreement, Joseph, was signed by the Deputy Finance Minister, Charles Edubuahene, committing the government of Ghana to spending contrary to the Public Financial Management Act that says the Chief Spending Officer of the Ministry of Finance is the Chief Director of the Ministry. What does he say about the role of the Chief Director in all of this?
And so he makes the point that, he fines per some information that he needed from the chief director that was not forthcoming led him to the conclusion that he had been sidestepped in the processes leading to this particular transaction. And it has to specifically do with African Legal Associates. Now, this is a law firm based here in Ghana. It's a law firm that on its website mentions Gabi Ato Acquah as a senior partner. And so the SP says he requested information relating to this particular law firm, and when the information and documents were not forthcoming by the afternoon of 5th October 2020, the special prosecutor, who was still out of office, called the chief director to remind him of his promises and to demand an answer. The chief director informed the special prosecutor that African Legal Associates partnered with White and Case and was not independently appointed. The special prosecutor pointed out to the chief director the improbability of his answer based on a listing of the names of the law firms on the first page of each of the agreements. The chief director, the SP says, promised to make enquiries and get back to the office. The foregoing, the SP says, led to the analysis and assessment from the available evidence that the chief director of the Ministry of Finance, as the principal spending officer of the ministry, might have been sidestepped in the procurement processes or the commitment of the budgetary appropriation of the ministry to the engagement of the transaction advisors and other service providers for the Japa Royalties Limited transaction as the principal spending officer. And so we'll continue with African Legal Associates shortly, but the ministry responds to this in the memo to the president. The finance minister actually quotes Section 3 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. It says it empowers the Minister for Finance to designate any other public officer other than those named in the section to manage public funds and discharge their responsibilities in accordance with the Act. He goes on to say that Section 5.1 C and D empowers the minister to execute on behalf of government agreements in relation to matters of a financial nature and give directives and instructions necessary for the implementation of the provisions of the Act. And so he's saying that, look, you are saying that this should have been done by the chief director, but he says the law allows me to enable another public officer undertake that particular act. Then it goes on in terms of the findings relating to African Legal Associates. It goes on here to say that the Ministry of Finance failed or refused to submit information and documents on the appointment of African Legal Associates to this office upon several reminders as narrated. After informing the office that African Legal Associates was a partner of White and Case, the ministry changed its position and submitted unauthenticated documents from the ministry as evidence of the appointment of African Legal and Associates in an undated letter. He goes on to make the use of the word stonewalling. It says the stonewalling and undue delay in supplying the information and documents referred to in the Deputy Minister's undated letter of October 2020, referring to the office's non-existent letter dated 29 September 2020, raises issues of probity, transparency and accountability in public office for any corruption risk assessment. He goes on to say that the analysis of the risk of corruption and anti-corruption revealed that the delayed unauthenticated information and documents on the appointment of African Legal Associates hand-delivered by the Ministry of Finance to this office meant that the ministry did not have the information and documents on the appointment of the law firm because none existed at the Ministry of Finance. He goes on to say that the information on the appointment of the law firm, he says, was waiting to be computer generated by Imara Corporate Finance Limited, which had unlawfully become the procurement entity tender committee for submission to this office when the office pointed out the improbability of the contention by the chief director, who as the principal spending officer did not sign the agreement, and makes the point that African Legal Associates was engaged as partners of White and Case. And so he's simply saying that, if the documents you are saying shows that you went through a certain lawful process to contract African Legal Associates, how come when I was asking, you kept going back and forth and now making reference to undated letters, which he says some of which he couldn't even trace whether they actually existed. And so he concludes here by saying that the foregoing examination and analysis have been undertaken to show why African Legal Associates appointment is unique. Okay, so in effect he's saying after he had requested for this information, which he hand-delivered to the Ministry of Finance, the ministry also denied having that particular letter. But he thinks that there was no letter available appointing them, and thus they were relying on Imara to computer generate this. A letter that didn't exist. And eventually they brought an undated letter to him.
saying that this is how African legal associates. But
his conclusion is interesting, Winston. You know, he had earlier, in terms of the data bank involvement, he had made reference to bid rigging. Now, watch how he concludes on the African Legal Association. He says, be that as it may, all analysis of the risk, corruption, and anti-corruption assessment made in respect of the appointment of all other service providers apply to the appointment of African Legal Associates. He says it has already been assessed that the suspected bid rigging process, to there be no distinction between the Ministry of Finance and Imara Corporate Finance Limited of South Africa for purpose of probity, transparency, and accountability in such an important international business or economic transaction involving the monetization of Ghana's mineral royalties. He says, consequently, the analysis of the risk of corruption and anti-corruption assessment on the African Legal Associates Mandate Agreement is obvious and consequential. So he makes the reference again that I've already talked about bid rigging earlier on, and I conclude by saying that with regards to this particular analysis too, it's obvious and consequential.
And talking about, the appointment, I mean, you've talked about the African League, but talking about the appointment of other service providers, the special prosecutor here, he says that, look, the second phase, which commences when the Ministry of Finance had indicated its preferred structure, is the documentation and preparation phase, which includes a contractual requirement for the transaction advisors to identify and recommend to the Minister for appointment a list of other service providers and or underwriters that may be required to complete the transaction, and to assist the Ministry of Finance and or its nominees with the preparation in conjunction with such legal, accounting, technical, and any other advisor as the transaction preparation, the transaction advisors may consider appropriate as per the second phase. Now, it says it has already been analyzed and assessed that the authority given to the transaction advisors to exercise the functions of the Ministry's Procurement Entity Tender Committee under the Mandate Agreement and the signing of that agreement by the Deputy Minister dated 6th June are contrary to the Public Procurement Authority and the Public Financial Management Act, respectively, and consequently null and void for the purpose of this anti-corruption assessment. He's saying that, and he says, nonetheless, the transaction advisors went ahead to identify and recommend service providers and underwriters to the Ministry of Finance for appointment by the Republic of Ghana. The ministry acted contrary to the Public Procurement Authority Act and the Public Financial Management Act in delegating the power to appoint service providers and or underwriters to unlawfully appointed transaction advisors. And he says that, look, if you look at it critically, he says these were potential susceptible to undue influence, favoritism, chronism, nepotism, and all forms of discrimination abhorred under the 1992 Constitution, leading to suspected packing of the service providers and underwriters' position with entities not chosen on merit.
Winston, the finance minister responds to the bit about data bank because it forms part of the transaction persons who played various roles that the SP talks about. The finance minister says in his memo to the president that I co-founded Data Bank 30 years ago, which is now the leading investment bank in Ghana. He says 7 times winner of the best securities brokerage company in Ghana. Data Bank has been actively involved in virtually every initial public offering of state enterprise under all governments in the Fourth Republic. It says in 1994, Data Bank formally advised the Rawlings administration during the liquidity crisis that threatened to cripple the Ashanti Gold Company. He goes on to say that Data Bank was also co-manager of the 2014 Eurobond issue. It says in 2020, Data Bank was again part of the team that issued the highest ever tenure in Africa for a sovereign bond. He says, I resigned as executive chair of Data Bank in August 2012 and resigned from all Data Bank boards in February 2014. Ministry of Finance lawfully appointed Imara TA for the transaction in compliance with Act 921, Act 663. There was no intention by any party to disregard and violate the laws of Ghana. The Ministry of Finance acted at all times in good faith throughout the transaction. And so that is the point that he makes there. And you realize if you read the statement from the presidency as well concerning what he has to do, he says that the president makes this point in the release from the presidency. He said the president would like to affirm his confidence in the Minister for Finance, the Ministry of Finance, and the board and management of the Minerals Income Investment Fund. He reiterates his full support and that of his cabinet for the transaction, which he believes ultimately is an innovative addition to the framework of efforts of his government to enhance significantly the value that Ghana has historically derived from her rich natural resources. So
yes, but Joseph, the president also talks about having this deal go back to Parliament, and even calls for a review of the transaction advisors and other aspects of the deal. So a bit of, he's calling for it to go back because the minority had issues. They didn't have enough time for the purposes of transparency. And if you call for a review, he's also calling for a review of all other aspects of it.
Even in terms of that review, the timeline is also important. And so he makes reference to portions of the SP's report that says that there's the expectation that the analysis of the risk of corruption and anti-corruption assessment of the Japan Royalties Agreement will guide policy decisions on this transaction and be seen more in terms of the vision that informed the establishment of this office and not be used for political point scoring. Then the presidency concludes by saying, in this light, President Akufo-Addo wonders whether in the current understandably high-charged political atmosphere in the country, debate on the matter should take place before the elections. It is his view that the national interest will be better served for the parliamentary proceedings on this matter to take place either after the elections or in the next parliament. And so I get the point that you were trying to make, that in terms of what actually formed the basis for this referral, you get a sense that it's either as a result of the report or it's either as a result of the concerns that have been raised by the minority in parliament, because he makes reference to the two concerns and says that, okay, I want it to go back, but look, we are in a charged atmosphere, it's getting to elections, so why not allow for maybe the next parliament to take a look at it?
So if the next parliament would have to take care of what it means in effect is that the president is saying, yes, we're going to review it, we won't do it now. In effect, this is on hold.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. Already we know that the minority in parliament has been speaking. But Joseph, before we wrap up the whole conversation on this, the special prosecutor also makes mention or talks about some other investigations that he's been doing. What are those investigations?
And so the first has to do with the Airbus issue, and the special prosecutor says his office has established that government official one is the former president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, who is the NDC's presidential candidate. He explains that he would have interrogated him if not for the upcoming elections, and he says it's because he has the insurance of being the flag bearer of the presidential candidate, actually, he says, of the National Democratic Congress. So it's not a case that he doesn't want to invite him because of what the lawyers have said that he cannot invite him. He says he can actually invite him and has actually established that he's government official one, and also his blood brother is Samuel Adam Mahama, who is part of 4 individuals that the SP got Interpol to issue a red notice for his arrest. And so that is the update he provides with regards to the Airbus scandal. He again says that in terms of that investigation, he has detected that 3 blood brothers colluded and forged documents to deceive a public officer, leading to the issuance of a passport. He doesn't name who these blood brothers are, but it relates to the Airbus issue. Then he goes on to talk about the Charles Bisi investigation, where he says an issue of a mistaken identity, which he's trying to resolve, has delayed that particular investigation. He also makes reference to the ABAJ issue, the contracts for sale saga, and says it's also another issue that investigations are still ongoing.
Great. Thank you very much, Joseph Akable, is a member of our political desk here at Joy News. Also coming up shortly, we'll be speaking to some persons on their take on all of this, what they make of integrity and everything. But it's now time for the Nestle Nutrition Line, brought to us by Nestle. Nestle offers good food for a good life.
Maudada no pediani bianye di pa and the pe wo malt, milk, and a cocoa moi and mammy lumuda shima.
From Nestle.
Every I side to the inca to you, I just to say a ye.
This is Nestle Nutrition Line. Nestle Nutrition Line is a public service program from Nestle Ghana Limited. Nestle Nutrition Line offers tips on good food for a good life. Now to your presenter.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the month of November. Nearer and nearer draws the close of the year 2020. I hope you're well and strong. I hope you've been able to do some of the things that you planned and purposed at the start of the year. I'm Jackie Ankra, also known as Na Ajilisoa. I welcome you warmly, sweetly. Please smile. Today we're discussing vitamin A deficiency in children. Vitamin A deficiency is primarily caused by eating a diet low in vitamin A over a long period. Vitamin A deficiency can also happen when, for medical reasons, vitamin A in food is not absorbed or stored in the body. Medical conditions such as cystic fibrosis, celiac disease, chronic diarrhea, and other problems with the liver and pancreas can affect vitamin A absorption and storage, and so lead to a deficiency in this vitamin. If a child is deficient in vitamin A, some signs and symptoms include dry and itchy skin, as well as dry eyes or the inability to produce tears. Severe vitamin A deficiency can lead to night blindness, where the affected child cannot see at night or in dark environments. Children who do not get enough vitamin A may experience stunted growth. This is because vitamin A is necessary for the normal development of the human body. Since vitamin A plays an important role in the immune system, children who are deficient in this vitamin can have various infections. Please join us next time as we discuss how to prevent and manage vitamin A deficiency. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. I have, and I look forward to spending more time with you throughout the month of November. The numbers to call 0302 517 020, toll free 0800 12 0001, and this number is free to MTN, Vodafone and Airtel Tigo callers. You can also email consumer services at gh.nestle.com. While we're reading well, it's also important to follow these precautionary measures to stay healthy at all times. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Avoid handshakes or touching. Observe social distancing by keeping at least 2 meters between you and others. Cough in your elbow or in a tissue paper and dispose of the tissue immediately. Don't forget to wash your hands with soap and running water. Please follow the Ghana Health Service COVID-19 website for additional information and updates. I wish you a wonderful day and a wonderful month. May blessings abound towards you. May all your experiences be beautiful and sweet. Take good care. You've only got the one life. Have a great day. Bye.
Maudada no pediani bianye di pa and the pear malt, milk, and a cocoa moi and mammy lumuda shima.
From Nestle.
Every ashes side of the cat to you, I just will say a yes. Hey, machine.
Every street, in every town, and all across Ghana, everyone has goals. What's your goal?
I want to expand my business in the next year.
I want to own my own house in 5 years.
I want to invest and grow my wealth.
I want to plan for my wedding.
Fidelity Bank understands that individually we are strong, but together we can do more. From our online banking platform, where you can make payments and do all your banking transactions. And of course, our best-in-class mobile app, where you can make investments and track your finances. Our digital products can help you to achieve your goals without having to come to the bank. You and Fidelity, because together we're so much more. Stay safe and observe the COVID-19 protocols.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Good morning. Wake up to the original magazine show. The Super Morning Show.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us. This is the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, and so we've been breaking down the Special Prosecutor's report on the Ijapa deal. And this morning we are privileged to be joined by Dr. Charles Reku-Brobe, his Chief Policy Analyst at the Ghana Institute for Public Policy Options, and they are the organizers for the Baredu Memorial Lecture Series, and he's joined us on the line. Dr. Reku-Brobe, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston. How are you?
Well, we're doing very well, and we believe you're fine also.
Yes.
Great. So, as the Chief Policy Analyst of the Ghana Institute for Public Policy Options, you organized the Reku-Brobe, the Baredu Memorial Lecture. Let's talk about integrity in public office, Dr. Reku-Brobe.
Yeah, I mean, the whole impetus for organizing the Baredu lectures are to memorialize, perhaps for me, the person with the most integrity I met in public office. And the office in which I met him was the finance ministry. He was the last finance minister for President Kufuor. And the way he conducted himself was quite exemplary. And I wish others who had followed him had all acted as he did. And it's unfortunate that that high standard that he set has been so badly let down.
Talking about the high standards that he set and talking about integrity in public office, when you look at what is happening now, when you read snippets of the report, you hear commentary on the report, particularly in this instance, what do you make of how the finance ministry has actually conducted itself in the handling of this?
I think it's quite appalling. I mean, if you sum up, I read the report overnight. Everything that is set out is in chapter 4. And it goes through the very elaborate hooks that the current finance minister, Ofori-Atta, went through to ensure that Ofori-Atta appointed Ofori-Atta as the transaction advisor to the government of Ghana, even before we, the people of Ghana, had been told about it. All of this took place in the last quarter of 2017, and it was after the deal had been cooked and the insider trading established that in 2018, at the beginning of 2018, we, the people of Ghana, were even told that we're going to monetize the royalties of this country, and that and then it wasn't until December that the actual act that was going to make this possible was effected. And I feel that was completely dishonest, in my view.
Okay, please hold on, because we've also been joined by Kwame Sapong Esiedu. He's also joined us. He's been studying the document also, and he has a take on it. Kwame, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. So, you've read the document. What's your take on it? Hello, Kwame. Hello, Kwame.
Yes, hello. I can hear you.
Yes, so Kwame, I know you've read the document, the report of the special prosecutor on the Japa deal. Now, having gone through the document, what's your take on it?
Well, I first have to say good morning to my uncle, because Dr. Charles Reku-Brobe is actually my uncle. And I know that he's absolutely upset that I'm still in the UK, but that's another conversation we'll have off there. But having said that, I think Uncle Charles has gone through the document and summarized it. I would want to look at it from a generalist standpoint and say, if you look at the introduction, the special prosecutor alludes to the fact that he has identified who government official 1 is regarding the Airbus scandal, albeit it wasn't actually part of what he set out to do, but he updates us on cases that he is investigating and makes an emphatic statement that he's identified who government official 1 is, but is not questioning the former president because he has bought himself some form of indemnity by virtue of the fact that he is the presidential candidate of the NDC. That's instructive, 1. The second thing is he goes through a litany of misdemeanors and infractions and flagrant violations of our law. I mean, he says that the deputy finance minister who acted on behalf of Ghana and all those who signed the document acted in impunity and violated our laws, knowing that they didn't have the right to do what they did. That's also instructive. So he goes to a number of litanies, things that we have spoken about. Some of us in civil society have spoken about when the NDC was in power to when the NPP has been in power as something that embodies the rot and tangents in our public service. But what happens? At the end of the day, he gives it to the president. The president has also issued a statement saying that on the basis of what is going on, this whole thing should be relayed before Parliament for more scrutiny, I paraphrase. But in that statement, he says that he has confidence in the finance minister and the team that put this together. That's also instructive. He concludes then by saying that he is of the view that even though it has to go back to Parliament, considering that we are in a politically polarized country and we are close to an election, this should not be dealt with before the election, but should rather be dealt with either after the election or in the next Parliament. Now, you and I know that after the election is not possible. We've seen bills that John Mahama tried to pass through, and people will pussyfoot until it goes. So it's most likely going to go into the next Parliament. Why is this also instructive? I have seen the responses that the finance minister gave to the report when he was asked to comment on it. And there seems to be a lot of justification in it as to why they did what they did. That's also instructive. What that tells me is that there is no remorse as to how this thing went. Now, we are at the election. What does that mean? The Ghanaian has to choose between two people, two most likely presidents, one of whom, if he wins, wouldn't be questioned on Airbus. The other, if he wins, will push through Ejapa. It's like we're between the rock and the hard place. And we've got to make a decision anyway. And that should guide us all going to the ballot. Are we, which of the two, what I'll say, the lesser of two evils, do we prefer? We prefer to vote for a political party which has made it clear that it's going to push a Jaffa through in the next Parliament, or a political party whose leader cannot be questioned because he's bought himself indemnity as a
but Kwame, the president is asked. Kwame, the president is asked that it goes to Parliament for review. Yes. It goes to Parliament for a second look. Also because the minority and other groups had raised concerns about the lack of time in dealing with it.
Can I step in here, Winston?
Yes, you can, Dr. Akubrobe.
I think this advice to go to Parliament is untenable.
Why?
The special prosecutor has set out in great detail how the whole transaction advisor appointment was cooked to ensure that the conflict of interest was very, very transparent, and therefore, in my view, it should not even go to Parliament. The presidential decision to investigate how the transaction advisor was appointed should be fully carried out even before the matter is put before Parliament, because the appointment of the transaction advisor was the thing that drove everything in this whole Ajapa deal. And in my view, the level of corruption and self-serving insider trading that went into that particular thing, in my view, negates everything else that followed. And it's my humble suggestion that the whole Ajapa deal should be pulled, even if it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And after the election, we should restart, hopefully with a new finance minister, and then ensure that such processes are done and done very, very well. Because you cannot say Parliament should review something whose genesis is all fraudulent and
Dr. Akquah, so, if the NPP wins the 2020 elections, for instance, you're talking of hopefully a new finance minister. Are you suggesting that?
Well, it's not hopefully. I mean, there was a time that Akufo-Addo used to listen to me. I'm actually saying he must appoint a new finance minister for the integrity of Ghana's public purse protection, and specifically on this deal to ensure that all sniffs of insider trading are removed, even if monetization of Agro royalties is the best thing since sliced bread. I don't think it should be handled by this finance minister.
All right, Dr. Charles Reku-Brobe, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're grateful. But let me just finish it up with you, Kwame. So, Kwame, you're making the point, but the president has also told you about, the fact that he wants this to go back. He's talked about the trust in the finance minister. What does that tell you of what you say should be done?
Yes, and that's why I agree with Uncle Charles that for me, going into an election knowing that the president has trust in the very people who put together a document which is so flawed and holes have been punched by the special prosecutor, and knowing that if we vote and he has a majority, he's the executive and he's indicated he's going to put that thing before parliament, he said that he has confidence in the finance minister, which means that the chances of Uncle Charles's option coming where he appoints a new finance minister is not something he's looking at because he's expressed confidence in the current person. Therefore, it would be tabled before parliament in its current form. That is what the president's letter says. Much as Dr. Charles Reku-Brobe would wish that wouldn't happen, that is what the president's letter says. So we are going to vote knowing that if we vote for this president, this is what he's going to do. He's shown his hands. It's documented and signed by an official of his. He's shown his hands that that's what he's going to do. We also know that a sitting president cannot be questioned by the special prosecutor because he has indemnity. So that is how we're going to vote. And everyone going to the ballot has to weigh these two and make a decision which is the lesser of the two evils I'm prepared to live with. That for me is what I learned from reading all this. We are going into an election where we are going to do the least, what we call the root cause analysis, and vote for the least best option. That is basically what it is, because whether we like it or not, this would go into Parliament in its current form should the president win the election. He said it. Unless that letter is going to change, I am not convinced.
Well, he says there's a need for a review. Well, we'll see how it happens. Thank you very much, Kwame Siedu Sapon, for joining us. He's a fellow of CDD Ghana, and you heard from Dr. Charles Reku-Brobe. Dr. Charles Reku-Brobe, saying we should pull the whole deal, and then if the current president wins, he should appoint a new finance minister to deal with it, because he thinks this deal, cooked in the boardroom, the special prosecutor has told all of us how fraudulent it is and should not be going back to Parliament. Anyway, Joseph, so that's it basically from Charles Reku-Brobe and Kwame Sapon Siedu. They believe that this should not be going back to Parliament.
There's an interesting aspect of this whole transaction we need to note. If it's going back to Parliament to restart the process, there's the possibility that some monies may have been paid, and it's actually...
Yes, monies have been paid.
Yes, in fact, in the Special Prosecutor's report, he says the fees and expenses rendered in terms of the evaluation and recommendation facing Clause 2.1 of the mandate was to be paid by the Ministry of Finance to the transaction advisors as follows: a fixed retainer of $15,000 per month, payable quarterly in advance to Imara from 1st May 2018 for a maximum of 12 months, such fee to be offset against the success fee. And so the question that raises is that if from May 2018, if we've been paying this amount of money, if it has actually been paid, then the question remains that if you are restarting the process, has a loss been occasioned to the states? Those are questions that we need to ask, because monies have been paid for work that was supposed to lead to a certain process. We are now saying that, look, let's put the brakes and start all over again. But state resources have been expended. Reference has been made to breach of procurement laws by the SP, which he says amounts to corruption-related offences. So the question again is, what is his office, which is mandated to deal with such issues as well, and the AG's office, what are they doing about all these matters?
Interesting comments. Thank you very much, Joseph Akable. George Ado Jr. and the team are ready to join us with the latest in the world of sports.
1, 2, 3,
Oh, don't worry, Grandpa. There are still 5 ripe and 15 unripe mangoes on the tree.
That's my boy.
Grandpa, it's still 1.2 kilograms of rice in the container.
My boy. And how much credit did I spend last week?
Well, you spent 5 CDs on calls, 2 megabytes on data, and you sent 5 SMSs.
We are the first network that tells you exactly what you have spent and when you spent it. Dial *545# to access your statement on MTN.
We're there for you everywhere you go.
This is dedicated to all the fit freaks, the weightlifters, the runners, and the Zumba dancers, the calorie counters and keto champions, those who grace us with gym selfies every 30 seconds. Because hey, we all need that inspiration now and then. Am I right? Bravo! You should never stop working out to do your banking. With the SC Mobile from Standard Chartered, you can withdraw money from the ATM without a card, ask for your checkbook, set up a standing order, and more in between squats. Simply download the SC Mobile app from the Apple Play Store. Load money into your account and you're good to go. Just dial 3311 across all networks for free and be unstoppable. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, machine papa. No, company papa. My brother, you know here, BetPlanet, they give away brand new Mercedes-Benz for the Golden Goal promo. Hey, tell me more. Sign up on betplanet.com.gh. Deposit only 20 Ghana cedis and play your free Golden Goal penalty.
I already have an account too.
Yeah, one no day. They'll be giving plenty penalties. Just go and enter the live final to win the car.
Me that's all. BetPlanet. Here I come.
A simple question for you two right now. Oh, stop that matter. Anyway, since the time is
chaotic
going, we need to give some chaotic shouts.
Mary Setua Mensa of ECG head office. Sorry. Okay, I was going to say something, but sorry. Public Affairs Directorate. You are 1 in a million, coming from your husband, Christy Odelabi. Another chaotic shout to Martin Goza of Sakumono. You are another listener of Joy. You've been with us since day one. We love you so much. We are sending melodious birthday and birthday tunes to our blessed and beautiful Queen Esther Bruce Cobalt as she marks another year in the journey God has ordained. We love you, Esther, from Uncle Ray, Valerie, Deborah, Vanessa, and Grandma. Also, happy 4th birthday to Curtis Ofori from your parents, Emmanuel and Oboshi. Happy birthday to Esther Ya Edu, a National Service personnel, at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Greater Accra office. God bless your new age. Happy chaotic birthday and God's blessing to our dear dad, Frederick Smart Abbey, from your wife, children, grandchildren, all of Adenta House and down. They're listening into the show right now. And there's a belated happy birthday to Nana Sante Bedieto. From the entire family and friends. What have we got?
So it's happy birthday to Rendov Mensa Matstoff. Happy birthday to you. And also, let me give a chaotic shout to Marian Atabwahini. Happy birthday. It's coming from Mamavi Owusu Abwaje. You are the Deputy Registrar of the Ghana Law School. And so it's a happy birthday to you. And also, some chaotic shouts to Sharif Isa of Access Bank Sprinters Branch. Now, yesterday was your birthday, so it's a belated happy birthday. Good. A chaotic one to you. And a glorious birthday to Pamela Ato Acquah Brown of Regional Operations Directorate of PURC. Is from Nanaya Charles and Anita of the Public Relations Department. To you. All right, so
it's a yeah. The Joy Sports Center is brought to you by
MTN. Choose your own bundle your own way with the MTN Flexi Bundle. Just dial *138# and enjoy bundles that don't expire. And Standard Chartered Bank here for good. And of course, Nivea Men Deep range of products. Now it's time to go deep for real freshness with 48 hours protection from sweat and bacteria and 48-hour deep moisturization with the Nivea Men Deep range of products. Nivea Men starts with you, official sponsors of Real Madrid. But imagine, having a soundtrack that simply reflects your mood every day of the week. Now imagine getting money every week just because of that song. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Well, thanks to MTN, you can now win up to 1,000 Ghana cedis weekly, 4,000 Ghana cedis monthly, and the grand prize of 15,000 cedis with the MTN CRBT promo. Just download your favorite song via any MTN Caller Tunes channel, Copy a caller tune or renew your existing caller tune and win big because we're good together. Send star to 1355 or dial star 1355 hash to subscribe today. Terms and conditions apply. We day for you everywhere you go. But you know, your car deserves the best treat. George, your car deserves the best treat. And that's why we're introducing the latest addition to the Total Quartz engine oil family, the Quartz 9000 Future 0W20, which is specially conditioned and developed for the latest generation engine. The Total Quartz 9000 Future 0W20 delivers excellent engine protection and cleanliness, increases your oil change interval while reducing your fuel consumption. So, for optimum performance and efficiency of your car, visit your nearest Total service station and ensure your car is well protected. Join the Total Quartz Nation movement now. Total Quartz, keep your engine younger for longer. But you know, with Standard Chartered debit and credit card, every day is Black Friday. Show up, shop on, and smile away with amazing discounts as high as 50%. Yep, that's right. And so flash your Standard Chartered debit or credit card at UK brands, Orca Deco, Best Western Premier Hotel, Urban Grill, Coco Lounge, Carbon, Vida, The Cafe, and Regal Hotel, AM and PM Restaurant, and Sports Bar, and Zaina Lodge, Honeysuckle, and many more. Don't have a Standard Chartered card? Just download the SC mobile app, open an account, and get free Visa Gold card. Visit my Standard Chartered privileges on sc.com/GH to access the full list of discount partners. Remember, the 3 magic steps are show, spend, and smile. Show your Standard Chartered card. Spend with Standard Chartered. Your card be guaranteed a smile with amazing discount. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Let's get into it. And you know what, Winston? The UEFA Champions League is up on our cast this morning. It's match day 3 with 8 games expected to be added across Europe. And you know, the UEFA Champions League action means European nights on Joy 99.7 FM. And I'm glad to tell you, the Joy UCL is back.
Fabinho with it. He finds Mohamed Salah in the penalty box. It's well stopped, and Mohamed Salah has got a goal. What a fantastic finish by Mohamed Salah. This man is absolutely unbelievable. There is no end to this man's talent. What the goal with minimum fast. Oh my God. Salah's onside here, and he's all on his own. Right edge of the area, squares it in. 3-0 to Liverpool. This time it's Mane with the finish. The tie is running away from that. Fabinho gets the 4th goal. It's 4 goals to 0. This tie is running away from Roma. And it's 5 goals to 0. This is merciless stuff from Liverpool. This could be the away goal. They have a tackle. It could be the starting point. There is a smidgen of hope. Diego Pirrotti standing and looking out there. The comeback will be on. Pirrotti takes it in. And it's a second goal there for them. 5-2 looks better, Gary.
There's live commentary on your slate this evening with build up from 7:30 p.m. as we bring you match day 3 game between Real Madrid and Inter Milan. We've got updates as well from 6 other games ongoing at the same time. And let's tell you a little bit about the game then. Inter Milan striker Romelu Lukaku will miss the game due to a thigh injury. Alexis Sanchez has returned to training after sitting out the past 3 matches, although Inter coach Antonio Conte said it's unlikely the Chile striker would start. We'll be keeping close tabs on that. Real Madrid defender Eder Militao has tested positive for coronavirus and will miss the game. So we need to ask ourselves the big question: how big a blow is his absence to Zidane's side? Let's bring in the Spanish football expert Juan Castro.
Well, of course, it's not a good news for Real Madrid and for Real Madrid fans and for Zinedine Zidane. That is quite true. But fortunately, the rest of the squad is okay. So that means that the match will be played in the normal circumstance, and the rest of the players, except the normal absence like Carvajal, they will be playing. So it's true that it's inconvenient for Real Madrid to play this final, but still they have enough players in the central defender, of course, to defend this final against Inter Milan. So it's a big handicap, but not big enough to be worried against Inter Milan.
Real Madrid, Inter Milan is our game. Live commentary, 7:30 p.m. Joy 99.7 FM. Remember, hashtag is JoyUCL. More on the Champions League, and I asked boss Erik ten Hag says the coronavirus rules that have stopped some of his key players from entering Denmark for the Champions League game at FC Midtjylland are a bit strange. Let's get in on the news and what's been happening to Ajax. Here is the BBC's Mas Farouki.
Ajax boss Erik ten Hag confirmed in his media conference on Monday that he's had to name a reduced squad because of coronavirus cases amongst his players, but the club haven't named those affected due to privacy reasons. Captain Dusan Tadic and goalkeeper and Cameroon international Andre Onana are just two first-team players missing, though, as it stands for the game against the Danish champions. Ajax are conducting secondary tests on those affected in the hope that results might turn out negative this time, and then more players will be able to join up with the squad in Denmark, but that is at UEFA's discretion.
Manchester City are hoping to get the job done against Olympiacos, but we're not sure if they have Gabriel Jesus right in it. But of course, Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola is focused on qualifying for the next round.
We know in Champions League, to be qualified, you have to secure your games at home and win at least one away. So we did it, winning in Marseille, and now we have to be sure we can keep the points at home. So that's why we have an incredible opportunity to make a huge step to qualify for the next round.
Another game to keep your close tabs on is the game between Liverpool and Atalanta. It's the first time the two sides are meeting. Liverpool boss Jurgen Klopp wants to win this game.
So far, the biggest challenge in the Champions League because Ajax is a challenge as well. Midtjylland, of course, as well. But Atlanta, with all what they did now in the last 2-3 years, is a really settled team and difficult to play against. Very special in their approach. Slightly similar to Leeds, let me say like this, organization-wise and these kind of things. So it will be a tough one.
Defending champions. Talk about the other games. Defending champions Bayern Munich up against Austrian side RB Salzburg. We've got Lokomotiv Moscow up against Atletico Madrid. Ukrainian side Shakhtar Donetsk are up against Borussia Mönchengladbach, and FC Porto will play Marseille. So the Ghana Premier League next.
Rwanda that Kofi dealt very well with. And Salama has made a mistake, and that is the goal for Kumasi. I'm tapping on the goal. Easy pass by a Kofi and a goalkeeping howler. Absolutely unbelievable. This could be dangerous. Dangerous.
Oh, the excitement will be all back in just 10 days. We're 10 days to the start of the new season, and we continue our build-up here at Joy Sports. Remember, we have a second of our GPL primers this Friday on the Joy News channel from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Will be hosted by my colleague Muftau Nabila Abdullahi. This morning, though, he's got your GPL minutes.
17 years away from the domestic scene, Asamoah Gyan is returning to the Ghana Premier League, a competition where he scored 10 goals in 16 matches when he played for Liberty Professionals in 2003. His manager, Enim Ado, told Joy Sports the deal is worth more than $1 million. That means it is the most expensive signing in the history of the competition since it began in 1958. Many believe the deal between Asamoah Gyan and Legon Cities will skyrocket the brand Ghana Premier League. For the first time ever, local transfer attracted the international press, especially the BBC, who published the deal between Asamoah Gyan and Legon Cities on their website. Ghanaian football fans are about to be served with one of the most talked about transfers, but would that translate into the market value everyone is looking out for?
Muftau there, very, very important. Last night I was on the BBC to talk about Asamoah Gyan deal, and it's a Ghana Premier League stuff, out there international platforms. Great to hear all of that. But despite the buzz around the signing of Asamoah Gyan, there are concerns about his age, fitness level, as the former Black Stars captain has been injury prone in the last few years, sustaining 7 different injuries since 2018. Spokesperson of Legon Cities, Kwame Jumuajiman, says they considered factors beyond the fitness of the veteran striker.
Well, we've considered all that. We've considered sporting and commercial value in trying to get skipper Asamoah Gyan into our setup. And let's not forget, since I believe the first or second week in March, a lot of footballers, especially in the Ghanaian football space, have barely had anything to do with professional football. So I'm not too sure he's probably going to be missing so much, or he would have to do so much to get into, if you like, football shape to go out there. Asamoah Gyan, being the professional that he is, he's already back in the gym, working very hard to ensure that he's very much in shape. As for injuries are part of the sport, but I believe that Asamoah Gyan is pretty much determined to go out there and and make things happen for Legon Cities Football Club.
The Baby Jets back in the Premier League. Hello, how many of you can't wait to see Asamoah Gyan then?
I think his brand, he has played to the highest level. So anything he do positive, I think he projects the local league, and I think it's very good.
The complaint that we've been making all this while that we don't get people get into the stadium, watch our local league. Rather, we have just been patronizing the EPL and the German Models League and the La Liga as well. So I think it's positive. It's going to help the league.
I think it's a good move as a player to retire in your country. So Asamoah Gyan coming to Ghana to play for Legon FC, it's a plus for him.
All the excitement is here on Joy 99.7 FM, and so your home for the Ghana Premier League is Joy Sports. Do stick with us. Let's stick with transfer stories this morning, because the Asante Kotoko have announced the signing of midfielder Sule Muniru, the younger brother of Ghana international Montari, on a 2-year contract. My colleague Haruna Mubarak has the rest of the story.
Muniru has joined the Porcupine Warriors on a free transfer ahead of the 2020-2021 Ghana Premier League season, which is set to kick-start on November 13. Muniru had been without a club since July this year. He parted ways with Russian club PFK Tambov. The 28-year-old transfer to Kotoko marks his return to Ghana League 7 years after leaving Liberty Professionals. He started at the Scientific Soccer Lads Youth System and graduated to the first team in 2012. Muniru left Ghana in 2013 and featured for 5 clubs abroad, including Romanian giants Steaua Bucharesti.
All right, let's end with athletics this morning, because Russia's appeal against its 4-year ban from all major sporting events is being heard currently at the Court of Arbitration for Sports. Now, in December 2019, Russia's anti-doping agency was declared non-compliant for manipulating laboratory data handed over to investigators the previous January. The World Anti-Doping Agency had controversially reinstated Russia in 2018 after a 3-year suspension for its vast state-sponsored doping scandal. The BBC's Alex Kapsik, who has been following the story, says the final decision will be landmark.
Make no mistake, this is a huge case for WADA. They were given enhanced powers which allowed them to ban a country from the Olympics. Previously, it was only the IOC or individual sports federations that could do that. And although they claim their actions were within the rules and therefore lawful, this hearing will test just how robust the system is. And having that ultimate sanction is seen as an important weapon in WADA's attempts to make all countries compliant with the rules and regulations, so they won't want to lose that. They've always said Russia was given lots of opportunities to comply, and they only have themselves to blame for the position they're now facing. So this hearing will go on until Thursday, but don't expect a decision this week. CAS nearly always takes weeks, or more often months, to announce its verdict.
Alex Capstick with the news broadcast. That's it for the Joy Sports Center.
Hold on.
Yes,
this Friday, which team are you featuring?
We're featuring
Kumasi
Asante Kotoko.
That is what I was waiting for.
Kumapema Apimbeba.
You should
Fabulous Fabu
Asante Kotoko Yebeshe.
I told you how to do that one. I told you that when you want to do it.
You should do it how?
There was a guy who was coming to a house to watch the game, and when Kotoko scores a goal, he's just in a hurry to say Asante Kotoko Yebeshe. So he say Asante Kotoko Yebeshe.
You know when Hearts of Oak beat Kotoko in 2005.
You mean it's a Confederation Cup final?
Confederation Cup. I couldn't
eat. 204.
Those were the days. It started 204 and ended in 2005.
Yeah.
Those were the days that Charlie, if Kotoko loses a match,
there's something they do.
So then all my sisters will be calling me, are you okay? Are you okay? And I realized that, see, all those players who were crying, after that they'll eat. So me too. I won't make that mistake. But still the love is deep. Anyway, thank you very much, George Ato Jr. for joining us with the latest in the world of sports on the Joy Sports Center. But it's now time for the Joy Business Minute, and it's brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana. CBG, we stand with you.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Minute. My name is Darrell. It's brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Joy Business can confirm that the Bank of Ghana has no intention of printing a 500 Ghana cedi note. A new note with pictures of ex-presidents in the Fourth Republic and current President Akufo-Addo imprinted has surfaced online. Independent power producers say they might be compelled to shut down production over debts owed by government. There have been challenges with clearance of some $1.3 billion debt. Board Chairman of Cocoa Board, Hakman Owusu-Agyeman, has announced that all is set to implement the pension scheme for all cocoa farmers across the country this month. And shop owners in cities across the U.S. are boarding up windows as they brace for unrest following the U.S. election. The preparations come just a few months after many businesses were hit by looters in the violent demonstrations that erupted after the death of George Floyd at the hands of the police. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you.
Get digi with it. Star 924 hash. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash. On your mark, ready, set, let's go. CBG Mobile USSD Young Co. Star 924 hash. Punk the go. Smartphone no, young phone no. Ever fire money transfer. For 3 hour water bill. For 3 hour light bill. For credit. Star 924 hash. You deserve it. Let's go. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash.
CBG is empowering you to get digi with CBG Mobile. Simply dial star 924 hash and get digi with it.
CBG, we stand with you.
Hey, Charlie, my network is really killing me. I have to pay my uncle's workers mobile money, but the charges alone, it's about 380 cedis. Charges alone just to send money? That's $10 of cement already, my guy. Listen, bro, you can save money on charges if you move to Vodafone Cash now. Vodafone Cash? But my network is... Hey, sending money on that your network, you pay. Sending money on your network to other networks, you pay. But guess what? Sending money on Vodafone Cash is free. Sending money on Vodafone Cash to all other networks is also absolutely free. No charges at all on Vodafone Cash. So tell me, what are you still doing on that your network? Massa, look sharp, then move to Vodafone Cash. Hey, make us change the SIM right now. Yes, sending money on Vodafone Cash to all other networks is now absolutely free. Send unlimited amounts of money as many times as you like for free. Just dial star 110 hash now to send money.
The future is exciting. Ready?
If you have dreams and you need pay, and the bills piling every day, let nobody stress you for money saved every day, anytime, on your own. Quick credit, you need a loan on the go. It's on your phone. Quick credit. I've got too much issues on my mind. I use quick credit to save me.
Hooray! Guarantee Trust Bank has slashed the interest rates on quick credit to 1.5%. This means you can now borrow up to 100% of your salary at a reduced rate of 1.5% for 30 days. Just dial star 737 star 0 hash to access quick credit. Yes, dial star 737 star 0 hash to access up to 100% of your salary instantly without stepping in the banking hall. Quick credit, instant credit when you need it most at only 1.5% interest. Guarantee Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best on Joy 99.7 FM.
What else? Yeah. It's a beautiful brand new day. My friend in Yakop on WhatsApp, we really got very reply Tuesday. Me that's what think with man being weird, yeah, that be the taste of grace. Or see me so below na me no more no better than the ace of spades. She ran around for create some space, cause it gets some weight. But I'm a winning day. I'm a movie to come back with some more than a yak, come on. Say a phone and be a little beer to me and may trim my maintain. Who won't pay via me, I can't then the Yakoda, not didn't think. And then I'm making sure this is just what my attention and me pecan.
Everybody, give glory. Yes, go with me, a mini nanny. I don't want me, see your baby. It's the other baby.
On God. Now me mama ton force, but still I me pray ton ford.
So that's DJ Wobeti on some bit of a trending campaign song, if I could put it that way. Charlie has, artists are getting into the campaign groove and doing songs for politicians. As you heard from Samini and Sarkodie featuring Kwame Eugene. But paying tax is an obligation to the state, and so Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG is making payments stress-free. Simply dial *222# and pay your customs duty, Ghana Revenue Authority taxes, Environmental Protection Agency, Ghana Standards Authority, Food and Drugs Authority, and other levies for all government services. You can pay at any Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited branches nationwide or dial *222# on all networks to make payments. Use CBG to pay all your taxes for effectiveness. CBG is ISO certified. Visit www.cbg.com.gh for more details or call 0302 216 000. CBG, we stand with you. But big stories on the Super Morning Show brought to you by Latest Phone, your partner for life, and Vodafone. The future is exciting, ready, and Guarantee Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us? And look, isn't it amazing when your network cares about you so much that they do amazing things for you? Well, you guessed it. I'm talking about the Vodafone Cash dropping all charges when you send money to all networks. Yes, you heard right. It costs nothing, absolutely nothing, when you send money via Vodafone Cash to all networks. Just send any amount, as many times as you want to any network, and pay zero charges on the money sent. So go ahead, make payments, show love, make contributions, send money all you want via Vodafone Cash to all networks for free. Dial *110# to send cash for free. Ready? So we are gradually drawing close to the end of 2020, and Guarantee Trust Bank Limited has amazing offers for its cherished customers. To be updated with these offers, just visit any of GT Bank's 32 branches nationwide to update your information in our database, especially your email address and contact details. You can also update this data on your internet banking platform from the comfort of your home or office. Don't miss out on any of our exciting offers and services. Update your information today and enjoy the best of banking services. For further inquiries, contact our 24/7 help center on 0302 611 560 or on toll-free 0800 124,000. Guarantee Trust Bank, wouldn't you rather bank with us? And if you're looking for one-seater, two-seaters, three-seaters, or maybe an L-shaped sofa which is crafted to the finest details and available in various colors for your home, office, or hotel, and if you're looking for comfortability, durability, quality, and that perfect finishing, then look no further, because Latest Foam is your one-stop shop destination. Whatever your choice and budget, Latest Foam, your partner for life. And social media messages on the Super Morning Show is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. So this morning, you can tell us what your thoughts are, having listened to Joseph Akable and myself breaking down the Special Prosecutor's report on the Ejapa Mineral Royalty Agreement. What do you make of it? Do you agree that we probably should wait after the elections before we continue the review of it? Or maybe wait for the next parliament? Join us on Twitter using the hashtag JoySMS. But at EcoBank, we are committed to the growth and sustainability of your business. And during these challenging times, we are providing you with innovative solutions to enable you better manage your business and increase your market share. The new Digistore from EcoBank and iPay is designed specially to enable you create your own online store, integrate your social media channels, and sell offline and mobile through a unique USSD shop or business code. Receive contactless payments from any bank account, bank card, and mobile money wallet, and effectively manage your product stock levels and inventory online and offline, and access delivery service to deliver your products to your customer's doorstep. It doesn't get any better. To find out more, call toll free on 3225 or 0302 213 or visit www.digistoreafrica.com. Stay safe for business. I pay, making payments simple. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. And so the graphic business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting is up next on the Super Morning Show. And so it's the graphic business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting on leveraging COVID-19 as a launchpad to diversify Ghana's economy. And has as speakers Professor Eric Osesibe, who's Associate Professor of Economics and Dean of International Programs of the University of Ghana, Vish Ashiagbo, a Senior Country Manager of PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Nana Sebonsu, who's an investment advisor. And we're now crossing over for that live program.
As we have known it, is a very interactive session. And what is it that it seeks to do? Simple. We come around, gather the experts to elicit some of the top practical and pragmatic ideas that can help us address some of the challenges that we encounter in our society, be it economic, financial, political, social, across other sectors of our industry. This morning, we're hoping to do the same. And when the experts have spoken, it is our mandate, as the graphic brand is known for, to send forth this thoughts that we would gather to the various stakeholders of our land to help shape policy that we can use to guide this nation going forward. So this is what it is that we're seeking to do this morning. And I believe that with these experts that we've gathered and with the audience member networks sitting at home and in your offices, wherever you may be, you would also contribute so we can filter through these ideas that we come across and share them so we can help Ghana move forward. Importantly, COVID-19 is real, it is happening, and we need to observe all the protocols wherever we may be. For us at the Graphic Communications Group, we are 70 years old and very young. COVID has affected us, and we pivoted also quite nicely, and so we are digital. Beyond the physical papers that you would see on the newsstands that our vendors would distribute, we also have our digital web interface, the graphic.com.gh, and then our Graphic News Plus that form a significant part of our own portfolio that is still evolving. I believe that with these experts that we've gathered, we would hear a lot more that would help impact this society. Digital is a big part of it. We've seen it happen at a significant level in our schools, for example, and even in the way government is run. This meeting is a digital one as well, and we hope that out of these interactions, we'll see a lot more ideas that will help us take this conversation forward and help Ghana grow. So on this note, I welcome you all, and I'll hand you over to the experts. And I believe that they will do justice to this assignment that we've been given. And those of you at home would also make meaningful contributions to make this a worthy interaction. I thank you.
I think that I'll ask the small crowd here to clap again for Mr. Ato Acquah. He's MD Graphic Communications Group. Such a wonderful presentation and open remark there. I remember one time when Larry King was doing a commercial or a run for his show on CNN, and this guy was over 60 years and he's talking about the fact that he's just started. Graphic is 70 years, and Mr. Acquah says they are young at heart. We look forward to that young Graphic becoming younger and growing on later. Thank you so much, Mr. Acquah, Managing Director, Graphic Communications Group. This is the Graphic Stanbic Breakfast Meeting. There's another great partner on board this whole program. It has to be Stanbic Bank, a very strong bank in Ghana here. And of course, this program couldn't have happened without them being on board. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome another strong gentleman. I'll call him Ato Acquah of Stanbic Bank to give us some short remark here. Let's show some love to him, please.
Thank you, my brother. A very good morning to everyone. Good morning to our listeners, to all the wonderful people who've always been part of this program and who've kept this program over the years to the level it's gotten to today. We are in unusual times, and I bring you greetings even as I recognize the wonderful people we have here. Of course, MD of Graphic, Mr. Vesha Shagbo, Professor Osei Sibe, and Professor and Mr. Osei Bunsu, the CEO of Private Enterprise Foundation, whom we have with us here virtually. I bring you greetings from Alasan and Danny. He really wishes he could have been here, and he's been very critical to this program, to the growth of this program. And I also bring you greetings from Kwame Nasmani, our incoming MD. And we actually are looking forward even to the next session where these ideas, these conversations we start here will take us to a new level. We are in a unique situation as a country, and not just a country. I mean, I come from Stanbic Bank, where we say we are African to the core. Now, by extension, it means we are Ghanaian to the core. We are not just African to the core, we are human at heart, and we are driven to win. And if there is any situation where the stakes are so high and victory is a must, it's today, it's now. The global supply chains have been disrupted beyond reason. We've had to live with situations that previously were unfathomable, but now are a new reality. And in the midst of all the confluence of difficulties, we have opportunities that have never existed in the last 100 years. I mean, ever since I was a little kid, there were conversations about the structure of our economy. There were conversations about the difficulties in changing the economy to ensure that we have a nation which is able to leverage its huge array of natural resources in a manner that the poor and the vulnerable will be taken care of, that the people of this country will have belief, that people would have a country that supports them. We have a solid social basket that provides opportunities for the good people of Ghana. Maybe what COVID has done is to give us the opportunity to realign, to reset, to go back to the fundamentals, and to get this country back on the path of progress, of belief, and of confidence of the majority of people in this country. And that's why today's session is very important. I look at the panel, I look at the brain power, and I believe that this should be the beginning of a conversation. And that's why today's session is very important. I look at the panel, I look at the brain power, and I believe that this should be the beginning of a conversation that should make a difference in this country. We are in a period where we see several sea changes. We believe that we are going to see a sea change in our economy, and we are going to get the Ghana we all desire. That is the essence of this platform. We've done it over the years, but we are at a stage where we need to, as it were, pivot to a much higher level. That is our expectation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ato Acquah with Stanbic Bank for that wonderful presentation there. This is the Graphic Stanbic Breakfast Meeting where we're looking at how we can diversify our economy in the midst of COVID-19. What should we be doing as an economy to minimize the shocks that this would actually come with? And that is why Graphic Stanbic Bank is putting together the discussion with some very excellent experts from the economy, from people who have had banking experience and also worked on several economies, and also from the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short commercial break and we'll be right back as I introduce my panel for this discussion for the Graphic Stanbic Breakfast Meeting.
So
him said nam net cinamo. I make dry. Where the slow business. So they can't snap for Telatu in there and top up my money.
That's why they feel Telatu. I go fit open Cowbank Snap account, make cash deposit and withdrawals, transfer funds, and even pay my bills right here. Say all you need to open an account is any valid national ID card and fingerprint.
Am I the one you're calling Telatu?
Telatu! Yeah, best snap you.
Whatever you use your money for, you can get easier access to it with Cowbank Agents Banking. Enjoy faster and safer banking at any registered Cowbank agent outlets near you or where you see the registered Cowbank agent sign. Contact us toll free on 0800 500 500. Cowbank Agents Banking, your neighborhood bank.
By 10 a.m., 5 million Ghanaians have you heard at least twice in the trotro, in the queue for Hajia's watching, and at the cocoa joint around the corner.
So, have you heard that Airtel Tigo calls and Airtel Tigo money transfers are free for 6 months?
6 months?
Yes, you heard right. 6 months of free morning calls and Airtel Tigo money transfers when you buy an Airtel Tigo SIM and make a simple transaction on Airtel Tigo money. Share the news because Hong Kong no get leg. Get an Airtel Tigo SIM today.
Airtel Tigo. Life is simple. From tabletop trader to supermarket owner, at Enterprise, we take care of life's uncertainty, so you're free to make your dreams a reality. Dream big with us. Enterprise, your advantage.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best on Joy 99.7 FM.
Right, so welcome back. We'll be going back shortly for the Graphic Business Stambik virtual meeting, a breakfast on leveraging COVID-19 for economic prosperity. But you know, this is the great news that you've been waiting for. Huntech Markets is finally here in Ghana, currently operating virtually. And as an industry leader, Huntech has been in the industry for 30 good years, serving millions of clients globally. And guess what? We're dedicated to teaching and mentoring interested individuals on how very financially rewarding the global financial market works. So, have you ever thought of creating an extra source of income or even becoming a full-time financial markets trader? Then we're here to help you actualize that vision. Just visit us online at www.hmarkets.com or call us on 0509-928008 and let us mentor you on how this enormous market works and how to profit from it consistently. And the best part is that our mentorship is absolutely free of charge. Huntech Markets, trust through transparency. But you know, it was right after his studies in recycle management that Paul Kofi accepted the challenge of building with plastic waste. Today, not only does he help in recycling our environment, he provides jobs for many Ghanaians. Ghana, at APSA, this is Africanacity. It is our inspiration behind who we are and what we do. It's our commitment to helping people find a way to get things done. We love Africanacity. To find out more, visit apsa.com.gh. But you know, they come in different shapes and names, and you've seen the rest, but we now bring you the best. Kingdom Books and Stationery, your trusted partners, just taking delivery of high-quality medical-grade infrared fluorescent thermometer, that's temperature gun, for sale to the public. And the features include precise non-contact measurements, automatic data hold or auto power off, backlight LCD display, set alarm value, and many more. So for bulk purchase, contact Kingdom Books and Stationery on 0501 401 050. Or 0244311955. You can also walk into any of our shops located across the country or visit our head office located at Ato Acquah Junction. So it's been a very long 2020, and that's why MTN Pulse is about to switch it up in the MTN Pulse and Chill promo. Now you can turn the year around and cash out big time when you continue to mash up on *57# and the MTN Pulse and the MTN Pulse app in the MTN Pulse and Chill promo. Remember to earn points. You just have to buy your favorite mashup bundle on *567# or the MTN Pulse app to stand the chance of being one of many winners to win up to 5,000 Ghana cedis food and shopping vouchers and lots of data from 1st to 30th November, 1st October to 30th November 2020. Keep marching up to win large. MTN Pulse just be there for you everywhere you go. Terms and conditions apply. Right, so we're crossing over for the Graphic Business Stambik webinar shortly, but first, some few messages.
Fellow Ghanaians,
since 2017, the NPP has put over 1.2 million young people through secondary school free because of free SHS. We are leaving no one behind. This December, remember your vote will make a difference in the life of every young person who is currently benefiting from free SHS or getting ready to go to secondary school.
Round of applause with our small crowd that we also have here. The next person to join us on stage is Professor Eric Osesibe. He is an Associate Professor of Economic and Dean of International Programs at the University of Ghana. One of the finest economists that you can talk about in Ghana. And also no one here. He was my lecturer at the University of Ghana, Legon, a brilliant lecturer and a very hard and disciplinarian as well. Thank you so much for these distinguished panelists who have joined us here for this discussion as you look at diversifying the economy. And also Nanam Osei Bonsu. You know, we're talking about diversifying the economy. Here, we're also diversifying the whole program in the midst of COVID-19 as you have this whole webinar connecting with Nana Osei Bonsu. He's the Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation. He'll be joining us via Zoom in terms of his contribution to this whole program. So without wasting more time, let me call upon Mr. Visha to give his open remarks in terms of the presentation, and then we'll tell you how things go. So I'll have to call you on stage for this presentation first, and later we'll move into our discussion. So you have to join me here in terms of your opening presentation, and then later we'll move into a discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, George, and good morning, distinguished guests, mostly virtual. It's a pleasure to be here once again to share some few thoughts with you. So I just have a few comments perhaps to kickstart the discussion, and the topic really is the required structural changes and the new growth drivers of the economy. At least those are the few comments I'd like to start with, and then of course as we progress the conversation we can speak more broadly about the opportunities that are now available to us, the risks in the light of COVID, and what we can do about that to shore up our economy. In terms of our economy in Ghana, I think we're all familiar with the structure of the economy. I believe Professor Osesibe will speak a little bit more about that, so I'll not dwell on that. But in essence, we've been on a journey for quite a few years now to try and diversify our economy. We have been significantly focused on the export of primary commodities, whether in the agricultural sector or in the mineral sector. So we continue to spend a lot of our energies on cocoa production and export, on gold mining, production and export, and perhaps more recently, oil and gas. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, except that I think we've all identified over time that there's a need to increase the value addition of these primary commodities so that our economy can be stronger. In recent times, we've also been focused, at least in terms of the structure of the economy, on the services sector. Again, that has served us well over time, but if you see what happened in the light of COVID, where the economy actually took a little bit of a hit, it was the services sector which took the greatest hit. And the projections, at least at the half-year stage, was that the services sector would actually contract this 2020. We may be fortunate enough to actually avoid a contraction because we're getting better news day by day in terms of the state of the economy. But that's another sector where perhaps we need to strengthen, we need to diversify a little bit more so that when we're hit by unexpected events, we can reorganize ourselves and have more of a buffer and more of a cushion to support the overall economy. The other thing we've spoken about over years, and in all of this, by the way, I'm not saying anything new. These are things that we've discussed over years, except that COVID has brought it home to us. Because the other thing we've said over years is there's a need for us to reduce our reliance on imports, right? We know the implication of that in terms of what it means for demand on forex and other things for the economy. But COVID really brought it home because of the threats around disruptions in supply chains, etc., etc. We saw different countries also moving to look after themselves. Fortunately, most of the threats did not materialize to the extent that we originally feared. But I think the learning, or one of the learnings from COVID, is that perhaps this is the time where we might think about how we also rebalance the self-reliance versus import dependency equation. We spent a lot of time previously talking about globalization. I think globalization is still relevant. It's still a good thing. If we can learn from other countries, so be it. If we can buy goods and services cheaper from other countries, so be it. But again, what we've been through tells us that we must also move a little bit more towards the self-reliance and being able to sustain ourselves in emergency situations, unexpected developments such as hit us with COVID. There's just two other points I'd like to make us in terms of introductory remarks. The first one is technology and the use of technology. We're having this meeting digitally. I think we've done quite well as a country in terms of the digital journey, in terms of moving things digital. But I think we still have some way to go in terms of drilling that down to a wider group of people in our population. Because digital innovation technology can be applied to various sectors of the economy. I spoke about agric, I've spoken about industry, there's manufacturing. There are today tools and solutions available that can be developed in all of these industries. And COVID, I think, gives us the opportunity to accelerate our digital transformation across the economy so that, again, we can add more value and perhaps mitigate some of the threats that come with COVID and other perhaps infectious diseases in terms of human contact, etc. My final point in terms of my introductory remarks is the upskilling of our human capacity. At the end of the day, the economy emanates or relies on what the people can do, what the people know, the kind of skills the people have, and how the people themselves can deploy those to generate value for the country. So much as we are on the right track, I think again COVID tells us that sufficient or additional increased investment needs to go into upskilling as many of our people as possible so that together we can diversify this economy, make it more robust so that in the light of threats and unexpected events like COVID, we can continue to be strong. So, George, I'll leave it there for now, and then as the conversation progresses, we can pick up the points in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Veshashagbo, his senior country partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. And I'll be digging more from him. He's worked in a lot of companies whilst maintaining confidentiality. What does he see as the biggest challenge there for most companies during this COVID-19 times, and how are they re-strategizing going forward to ensure that they stay alive as a company? Let's hear from the private sector. Nano Sebunsu, he's Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation. We're talking about diversifying. Here we are also diversifying, trying to connect to him via Zoom. Whether it's coming from a secret location or a coded location, we don't know. Nano Sebunsu, thank you so much for joining us via Zoom and taking your contribution with respect to what you think we have to do to diversify the economy.
Joy 99.7 FM. Joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, and George and the team in Accra. I'm not in a secret location. I'm in a location though, but I'm available to you. Let me express my sentiments about what Bish spoke about, and I align myself to that. But there's another dimension to it, in the sense that the COVID had leveled the playing field grounds, that both government and private sectors should be able to work together more closely in this era to make sure that the effects of the pandemic are to address as we move forward. Policy of government in our environment drives everything. If the government policy is skewed in favor of foreign, in favor of dangling all incentives to the foreign, the local businesses suffer. Taxes, public sector delivery to private sector. The inefficiencies in the public sector delivery services to the private sector is one of the detriments of our inability to do efficient private sector business. The Private Enterprise Federation, what we have been doing for the past few years is work with various public sector institutions, land use and spatial planning, the other institutions, GRA and others, to make sure that they have efficient service charters that will allow them to deliver to private sector quickly. Why is it necessary? Because if you're looking for a license and there's a delay, it costs us money. The cost of those things to private sector are the detriment that private sector cannot be competitive. I'm bringing this across because now we have a continental free trade agreement that everybody is touting that is going to be the blessings to private sector so far as trading across the borders. But you can only trade what you produce. If you don't produce, you can trade it. And if you're going to produce at expensive pricing, you price yourself out of the competition. So that public sector delivery, that becomes the bread and butter, makes it efficient for private sector to do their business, will allow us to compete in the African trade agreement. Now, we've always relied on exports, but there's no country that has a huge export potential or drive without a strong domestic market. Look at the United States, look at China. But we always disregard the local market and say, oh, let's export X, Y, Z. Even though we don't know much about the export markets and the rights and the details over there, we always look at that, disregarding and neglecting our backyards. The private sector, when the COVID hit, what we did was, for the first time, and these are unusual times as everybody's saying, we got together, PEF membership, the Foreign Trade Association, American Chamber of Commerce, United Kingdom Chamber of Commerce, German Commerce, everybody, we all got together as private sector, did some survey as to the effect on our private sector businesses, delivered the message to government. We have now set up what we call West Africa Private Sector COVID-19 platform, where we dialogue every week, representation from the Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, Noguchi, FD, and others. Working together in a PPP arrangement, a public-private partnership arrangement. Normally when you say PPP, people are looking at infrastructure. No, it's not always the infrastructure. It's a dialogue platform where we communicate among ourselves and government to let them know what is needed by the private sector to rejuvenate our businesses. So once we're doing that, now we have to look at the losses of jobs and businesses and incomes across board. How do we do the packages from government to influence the production capacities of business? And Vish even mentioned the 2 points that are very critical in this arena: financial muscle and the technical competencies of our people. Unless we build our capacities to do things the right ways, to do things efficiently, and at the pricing that is competitive, where somebody is borrowing at 33% in their community, in their country, we're borrowing at 30%. It's a mismatch. So once the government understands and appreciates that the private sector should be able to do business and pay taxes to government. You see, government is going to lose a tremendous amount of taxes basically because of the free trade, because they're going to reduce tariffs. But the local businesses will continue to pay taxes to the government. So now we did a research that was recently published on tax reduction and efficiency in the tax system. So what I'm talking about is a dialogue platform, consistent engagement of public, private, government policy framework, regulatory framework, and the private sector capacity to be able to do. Unless we do that, and it's all anchored in taking advantage of our domestic market, because the imports that are coming in, they may not come because of the COVID. They may need them in their own environment. The export market that we were touting may not be materializing because they wouldn't need it from us because they don't trust the COVID impact on the products that we're producing. So let's concentrate on where we know better. That is our local markets. And that is where we can get MS micro small institutions to be able to produce for that market. Now, Ghana's economy is almost 92% MSMEs. These are businesses, most of them informal sector. They need a capacity, they need a handholding, they need a technical assistance. So that PPP arrangement I'm talking about is for government to recognize that these are unusual times. What do we do better for businesses to be able to take advantage, generate the jobs, opportunity, the wealth, and then the government revenue that is needed. So for the time being, I think I'll end up here.
Nana Bonsu, he says he's not talking to us from a coded location, and we'll all trace back to that location after this whole presentation. Thank you for that interesting discussion and presentation there about what the private sector want to do in terms of how we can diversify this whole economy. But we're getting back in here, the Labadi Beach Hotel, for the graphic Stanbic breakfast meet, just look at how we can diversify the economy in the midst of all these challenges. I'll invite Professor Eric Osei-Sibe to also give his presentation on how we can diversify the economy in the midst of COVID-19. And then after that, we move into our whole discussion, getting their views on the way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Eric Osei-Sibe.
Good morning. And first of all, let me thank you, Graphic and Stanbic, for inviting me here once again to discuss issues of national interest. I'm grateful. But I was just wondering, after these two seniors have spoken, I wonder what else I should be adding. In fact, we spoke everything that I wanted to say. So all right, thank you. We are here talking about diversifying our economy. And the key issue is, why is diversification important at this time? We've seen the havoc that the COVID did to our economy at the initial stages and across the globe, the heavy toll that it had on our production processes. As Vish mentioned, the COVID actually disrupted the entire global value chain. There was no good going in and out. Our production was disrupted, food disruptions, medicine, pharmaceutical, nothing was happening. Foreign direct investment was not coming in, and so no new businesses were formed. We have tourism and hospitality sector really falling. Nothing really was happening because travel restrictions were imposed. We have no remittances coming in, and so people that depended on remittances suffered. Government revenue suffered because import was drastically affected. Government revenue fell drastically. At the same time, government expenditure on social expenses or social protection and health actually increasing the budget deficits, and therefore government was compelled to, look elsewhere to finance the deficit. That means that our debt levels would have to increase, leading to very unsustainable levels. And so definitely, if we are going to experience a second wave, then all these things are likely to befall us again. Our economy remains undiversified and therefore very vulnerable and volatile to global shocks. So obviously we need to diversify the economy. Now diversification just meaning that you're moving away from just a narrow range of products that you heavily dependent on to a wide range of products that make your economy more resilient, more competitive, and being able to withstand shock. And so diversification is necessary to withstand shock. Without diversification, no economy can stand, because if you look at the structure of the economy, most of our products are within the primary sector. And with the primary sector, the prices and the production and everything along the value chain is largely dependent on what happens in the global market. So you want to diversify to have a way of shifting away from traditional production base to a more modern economy, which is more creative based, which is knowledge based, and which is less sensitive to global economic shock. And so the whole idea of diversification is moving away from the traditional way of our production processes to a modern economy that is highly productive, that is less volatile, and that really does not depend on the weather that much. And so it really makes your economy more resilient and be able to withstand whatever shock that comes to you. But how are we able to diversify? We've been speaking about this. We've had very brilliant suggestions by Nana and Vish. But just to add a few things to what they have already mentioned is to look at the two approaches to diversification. One is about the productive base, and the other is the complementary services. Now, the productive base really is about either expanding the existing products that we have, that is upgrading the existing products so that we make it more competitive, we add value, and to be able to participate into the global value chain. And so you talk about our cocoa, you talk about our crude oil, you talk about our gold. How do we upgrade these products? To add value will be to making sure that we process it further so that it doesn't remain at the primary stage. It will be able to respond to any global shock. And when people work within a high-value productive base, often their incomes are high. And so that is one way of what? Reducing low incomes within the productive sector. So once you have the productive base increasing or upgrading,
99.7 FM. Joy 99.7 FM.
Because the greatest things are born from the smallest of thoughts. Just as your seeds in a rich soil grow to become trees that bear fruits, the Agricultural Development Bank, ADB, helps you sow, invest, nurture, and grow your personal and business plans by serving you with years of banking ingenuity and experience in agribusiness, corporate and commercial banking, consumer finance, e-banking, and many more through our network branches across the country. Whatever the culture, whatever the dream, we grow with you. Call us today on 0302-210-210 or visit www.agricbank.com. ADB, truly agric and more.
Hello everyone. Huntech Markets is an award-winning financial technology firm with over 30 years of industry experience, with presence in 12 countries globally, and is now in Ghana, and is pioneering taking the global
facilitation within the sub-region. And so that is another way. The other form of diversification that is critical for us is to look at the key inputs, that is the factors of production. Now, one of the key factors of production that we are often lacking because you cannot diversify if you don't have the right factors of production to produce. And key among them is capital. Nana alluded to that fact. Investment into capital accumulation or capital formation. How do we invest? You can only diversify if you have access to affordable and long-term loan, which we are lacking significantly. Interest rates remain high, although the country has done well by bringing it down. But I think that interest rates have to further come down. The COVID, one of the things, if there's any silver lining within the COVID, is the fact that it has changed the global financial situation. And it presents us a unique opportunity for Ghana to reduce its interest rates. Now, globally, there's a heightened tension. Interest rates are reducing even to zero levels. Our interest rate is still around, the policy rate is still around 14.5%. It is a good opportunity for us to take advantage to reduce interest rates because the global financial system or condition is not that favorable. And so when the argument that when you reduce interest rates, you are likely to have capital flight or capital outflows and externalization, this time, because of the risk, the systemic risk out there, potential investors do not have alternatives. There are not much options. And so the time has come that we leverage the COVID situation to reduce interest rates significantly, to allow and to give small businesses and big businesses opportunity to have access to long-term affordable loans. That is critical. Because if you look at our savings, one of the issues that have to do with investment and capital accumulation is savings. Our saving rate, gross saving rate in this country is very low. It hovers around 15.5%. As against the average of about 30% in the lower middle income countries. And therefore, there's a huge saving gap, which then means that even when people or in private sector has the desire to diversify, they are often constrained by access to capital because the savings rate is very low. And therefore, we need to use this opportunity by pursuing more accommodative monetary policy, in my view, because this is the time for us to reduce interest rates. If we don't reduce interest rates and the COVID situation gets better, it is going to make it much more difficult because there's going to be a much better alternative for investors or for institutional investors to turn their funds to. And so my initial contribution or introductory remarks is we have to look at investment, domestic investment, ensuring that interest rates is reduced to provide affordable and long-term access to our private investors so that they will be able to buy the needed vintage capital and also be able to innovate to diversify the economy. So that is my initial strategy.
Thank you so much, Professor Eric Osei-Sibe, with that interesting presentation there. And we'll be very soon taking a short break, and we'll get back to our main discussion for the day as we have a discussion, a Q&A with these experts in terms of their views and all the rest. Remember that you can also participate in this whole discussion in terms of via our various social media platforms and our webinar in terms of bringing in your questions for me to throw to these guests for them to answer.
At Standard Bank, we combine a strong
sector. What do you want to be done for you in our quest to diversify the economy? But Professor Osei-Sibe made some interesting presentation, the bit about trying to reduce the cost of credit. But there's also the question about reducing the cost of credit. How do we ensure that the measures are put in place for these funds to be paid back? We are seeing the Q3 numbers of the commercial banks, and I'll be coming to this for more analysis on that one, whether NPLs is going to be a big problem for us or not. And also, maybe, should there be a deliberate policy in our quest to diversify the economy, or just like what in stock market they'll say, allow the correction to take place? We'll take a short break and be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break as we look at how to diversify economy and what those who are managing the economy should be doing. What about the private sector? We'll be right back after this break.
Hello everyone. Huntech Markets is an award-winning financial technology firm with over 30 years of industry experience, with presence in 12 countries globally, and is now in Ghana, and is pioneering taking the global financial market, that is forex, commodities, cryptos and indices, teachings from offline to online, using an award-winning video conferencing software. The online class would avail you the opportunity to learn how to make money on the global financial market in the comfort of your homes, using your internet-based smartphone or a laptop. You can use this as an opportunity to learn a skill set that would enable you to make money trading in the global financial market. And guess what? The training is absolutely free. So how can you take part of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Simply SMS your name and location to this number, 050-992-8008. Again, 050-992-8008. And our executives will call you to reserve a space for you and also guide you through on how you can be connected to one of the online classes. Huntech Markets. Trust through transparency.
Foreman, how can I say the screening be smooth, perfect, where it drive fast like that?
Contractor, I always tell you, say, interface self-leveling screen be the best solution. It drive fast, where they make the job net. In fact, it pass analog. This be original digital interface self-leveling screen.
Hey, babe, I hear you, interface man.
Interface Limited is the leading supplier and installer of finishing input materials for the building and construction industry in Ghana. Call us on 0274 9999 or visit our website at
www.interfacelimited.net, Facebook Interface Limited GH, Instagram interface.limited.
For Pepsodent, smiles are one of the most important things we have. The problem is, globally, 1 in 2 children suffer from cavities. Pepsodent, with maximum cavity protection, helps to prevent the formation of cavities. Pepsodent, because every smile matters. This assessment has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hello, sweetheart. Tell me whatever you want. I will take you to Melcom and buy for you.
Oh, you are so late, Master. I also received the SMS and I'm even planning going shopping now. So if you are ready, let's go, baby.
Melcom is back again with the hot Black Friday deals in this month of November.
Yeah. Shop at Melcom for your hot Black Friday deals every day in the month of November.
Ranging from supermarket,
household,
furniture,
grocery,
electronics. In fact, there are thousands of these hot deals in any Melcom shop nationwide.
Melcom Black Friday. It's simply unbeatable.
But remember,
terms and conditions apply.
Melcom,
where Ghana shops.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best on Joy 99.7 FM. Joy 99.7 FM.
All right, so thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. As you heard Professor SCB there speaking about the need to give loans at low interest rates. And he's been speaking as part of the graphic business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting on how we can leverage on COVID-19 to make our economy develop around this moment. So the theme is leveraging COVID-19 as a launch pad to diversify Ghana's economy. And the speakers include Vish Ashiagwa, who is Senior Country Partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers, and also Ebons, who is an investment advisor, and Dr. Eric Osesibe, Associate Professor of Economics and Dean of International Programs at the University of Ghana. But you know, Bank of Africa Ghana is pleased to inform you that you can now pay for all your government service fees at any of its branches or online using the Bank of Africa web banking application. Pay your taxes, customs duties, MMDA levies, and administrative fees and other service fees to DVLA Birth and Death Registry, Registrar General's Department, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Food and Drugs Authority, Ghana Standards Authority at the Bank of Africa Ghana using the ghana.gov platform. And our well-trained staff are available to assist you swiftly, and the service is available to both customers and non-customers of the bank. So for further details, kindly visit any of Bank of Africa Ghana branch or call 0302-429-333. Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. But you know, face shield is designed to protect you from harmful particles flying through the air, and that means that your face may become contaminated while you wear it in public. So wash your hands before and after putting on your face shield. Wash your face shield often with soap under running water, or clean it with a Clorox wipe, and wear both face mask and shield to be fully protected.
What would you do if you have the choice to do anything in life? Build your dream house, take very good care of your family, and plan for a comfortable retirement. Plan a befitting funeral for your loved ones when they depart. How would you live if you knew there was a friend waiting to support you on all of your life's choices?
You have such a friend in Glyco Life Insurance. Glyco Life has all the plans to meet your life's needs. Your child's education, your life savings, your mortgage, funerals, redundancy, and your retirement, and takes the burden off your shoulders. So go ahead and live life to the fullest today with Glyco Life Insurance plans. And remember that all our policies are hedged against inflation. Talk to Glyco Life on 0302 218 500 or 246 142. Also visit our website at www.glycolife.com or any of our branches nationwide for more information.
Glyco Life, we cushion you for life.
Glyco, we cushion you for life.
John Mahama has a solid track record of investing in the health of Ghanaians. He built ultra-modern hospitals such as the Ridge Hospital, University of Ghana Medical Center, Bank of Ghana Hospital, Maritime Hospital, as well as many district hospitals, polyclinics, and CHIP compounds. The next NDC government will provide free primary health care for every Ghanaian. Our free primary health care plan will provide quality health care for all Ghanaians at no cost to the individual. Under this plan, no Ghanaian will pay for health care in district hospitals, polyclinics, health centers, and CHIP compounds. Free primary health care will eliminate cost barrier to health care and guarantee all Ghanaians universal access to quality health care. You will not need a national health insurance card to benefit from free primary health care. John Mahama, provider of massive hospital infrastructure, is ready to deliver free primary health care to all Ghanaians. Vote John Mahama. Vote NDC.
DSTV no dey disappoint. We get more than 20 live matches every week from the best leagues in the world, like the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, plus the Champions League. Upgrade to Compact Plus now or buy a DSTV Zappa decoder for 229 Ghana cedis with 1 month access. They make you stay connected or reconnected to us from only 45 Ghana cedis per month. Make you download and stream live your favorite games anywhere, anytime with the DSTV Now app. Won't pay we now pay ding. DSTV. Feel every moment.
Payday at Shusa. Massive discount and free gifts. Wall bracket, free. Installation, free. Delivery, free. And many, many more from Ghana's #1 multi-branded electronics retail outlet, Electromat. Payday at Babium. At cheap bid with better and amazing deals from Electromat on any LED TV, smart TV, home theater, refrigerator, freezer, gas cooker, washing machine, and all electronic appliances. Broom, Panasonic, LG, Samsung, Philips, Pico, Media, Nasco, and all the top brands at Ghana's #1 multi-brand electronics retail outlet, Electromat. Buy now, get more, save more. Rush to the nearest Electromat showroom or call 055-275-5456 or 055-277 087-7905 to pre-order now. Electromat, your world of electronics. Per day at ship pay. Terms and conditions apply.
From football fan to football star, at Enterprise, we take care of life's uncertainty, so you're free to make your dreams a reality. Dream big with us.
Enterprise, your advantage.
Are you a young person dealing with disruptions?
Let's allow the forces of demand and supply to dictate the pace. Let's allow the correction to take place. We'll be hearing the thoughts of Professor Eric Osesibi. He is an economist, Mr. Shako. He's an accountant, a strategist, and all the names you can give him to. He's also a senior country partner at the accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers, and also Nana Osebonsu. He is the chief executive of the Private Enterprise Federation, joining us via Zoom. As we also diversify here at Labadi Bichuta, where we are hosting the graphic Stambek breakfast meeting on COVID-19, what should we be doing at these times to diversify our economy. So let me start first from the bigger picture, or maybe the macro side as well. Professor Eric Osesibi, should there be a deliberate government policy in our quest to diversify the economy in the midst of COVID-19? Because some would say that even with little intervention, it appears that some correction is taking place, shifting more to tech-based issues. Services sector, even though there hasn't been deliberate policy, it has gradually overtaken the economy. Maybe we should allow the correction to take place.
Well, it's not that easy. What you are looking for is to have a very inclusive, well-diversified growth. The key issue is about sustainability. You can have demand and supply determining the economic allocation of resources and others. But mind you, there's always the market failure. That requires a deliberate government intervention to be able to direct resources in areas that will have a broader based benefits to the economy. That will be more inclusive, that will be more competitive and resilient to withstand shocks. And so we need to have a diversification strategy as a nation that deliberately shift resources, sectorial reallocation of resources from a low productivity based production to a high value productivity sectors. As I mentioned, that could really withstand shocks and will be resilient, will be competitive to participate in the regional value chain as well as the global value chain, and will be able to create productive, employment, more sustainable employment for the teeming majority of the people. Off camera, we're talking about the service sector, right? The fact that we've seen some structural changes over the years, where we have the service sector now leading the pathway, so to speak, of the diversification. Its contribution to GDP being above 50%. 10 years ago was around 34%. Now it's about 56 or something percent. But if you unpack it and you look at it, you realize that a chunk of the service sector are within the low productivity sectors. That is the non-farm, informal sector activity, right? That employs close to about 67% of the labor force, and most of the work that is done within the service sector is seen as highly vulnerable. Okay, I mean, the productivity level within that sector is really low, and therefore you want to have a policy that will shift resources, human capital, away from the informal sector to a high value, high productive, stable sectors, that is much more resilient. And that will need the coercive power of the state to be able to do that by creating the necessary incentive structures the regulatory environment, the business enabling environment that will make it worthwhile for businesses to move into the high value sectors.
In terms of problems, sorry to cut you, but in terms of trying to diversify the economy from the economic perspective, what should government be doing now? Because in these COVID times, just like maybe a typical accountant, I'm just trying to balance the books. I don't have time to put in place policies and measures to deliberately diversify the economy. When I'm looking at revenue dwindling, I have to pay the doctors, the nurses, public sector workers. Really, can government do something?
Government can do a lot. I mean, we've seen government doing a lot already, but more can be done deliberately. First of all, we have liquidity issues in the economy. In a period of crisis, you need the state power, the state purchasing power, the stimulus packages, both fiscal stimulus and monetary stimulus, monetary policy stimulus, to be able to, revitalize the economy, to be able to move consumption and investment forward, because everyone else will be affected. Now, the state has power to increase expenditure through either borrowing or central bank financing, right? And so the fiscal policies will be necessary for government, particularly, investing hugely in infrastructure. Because once government begin to invest in infrastructure, the infrastructure has both backward and forward linkage with the economy. You employ more people, you are able to provide income, people, banks and others will be able to get access to funds and all the other things. And then we have the monetary policy. Now, one of the key factors of production, as I've mentioned, is investment as well as human capital. Before even the monetary policy, government has a role. If you want to diversify, you need the necessary skill sets, the high-level technological skills to be able to diversify into high-value digital technology and then high-value manufacturing. So government, which is the main financier of human capital, would have to strategically provide investment into the value chain of human capital, broadening the base for everyone to be able to have education, ensuring quality of education, ensuring teachers are well motivated, and then you come to the monetary policy. Capital, which is a key factor of factors for production, is constrained. If you are constrained by capital, you cannot diversify. And therefore, monetary authorities can use more accommodative policy to reduce interest rates. And as I said, this is a unique opportunity that we have as a nation to reduce interest rate, because we don't necessarily have to meet the inflation target that we have set. We are in crisis. So I don't support the idea that we still have to meet the medium-term inflation target of 6 to 8%. Because of the challenging nature, the liquidity situation, we need liquidity lifeline to be able to support small businesses, to be able to support big businesses. And this is the time that accommodative policy, as has been done all over the world, the bailout, the guarantee finances, and all the stimulus packages that have been rolled out. We have interest rate in many economies just been around 0%. And so if we should reduce our interest rate at this time, it's not going to have that significant impact on our our debt situation or an exchange rate and all of that.
I think the profit might be a good time just to bring in Mr. Sherbo. He's a senior country partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. But don't forget that you're also part of this discussion in terms of various social media handles at Stambik GH, at Graphic Ghana online as well, and Graphic GH as well, on various Facebook and Twitter. You can send your questions, your contributions, and they will be received here as well. And I'll read it out to my guests here, and also on Joy 997 on Facebook and Twitter as well. You can drop us your contributions and your questions, because you are part of this critical discussion that we are having. Let me go to Mr. Shebo, and there's still a debate that we are having before we came on air, that should we really be worried about diversifying our economy at this time? Speaking from the private sector, working on a lot of these banks and all the rest, do you see the need for a deliberate government policy to tweak things in these times?
Absolutely, George. Like Professor Sesibe said, diversification is a must, and it must be driven. It will not happen by itself, or even if it does, it will not happen as quickly as it otherwise should. But the good news, I think, George, is that this economy has actually been on a path towards diversification for quite a few years now. Successive governments have spoken to it. They've brought in policies that are designed to drive that diversification. We can argue about the pace. We can argue about the level of success in different areas. We can even argue or discuss around whether sometimes we've been complacent. So, for example, where we've benefited from good market conditions as far as commodities are concerned, we may then go back a little bit into our comfort zone and not push the diversification agenda as hard as we ought to. But this COVID situation has demonstrated clearly, not just to us in Ghana, but all over the world, that you must actually have a robust and well-diversified economy. The question you raised about the timing, if I understood you correctly, I don't think that you can diversify your economy today just because of COVID, because transformation of any kind takes time. So if you haven't already started on the diversification journey, the COVID situation, take the hits, but hopefully arising out of that, some lessons will be learned, and then steps will be put in place, policies will be put in place to ensure that the next time there's a shock of this nature, you are better prepared, or in the context of Ghana, we are better prepared. Let me also just make one more comment on the matter you raised about balancing the books. Yes. You're
an accountant, and that's one of the most important things that you'll be looking at in these times. Balancing the books for an accountant, but for government also, revenue and expenditure.
Correct.
These times.
Correct. So one must seek to balance the books, but also, as Prof said, there are times where extenuating circumstances means that you must ease the constraints somewhat, and I think we've seen that happen. We've seen the borrowing increase. We've seen that we have accepted as a country that the deficit will go beyond the 5% that we've set for ourselves, and we will more than double that. We'll get back on track in a few years' time, hopefully. But the point I'm making is that when you're faced with a shock, balancing the books is important, but it's not the sole priority. So you make adjustments and you allow for what it's all about at the end of the day, which is people's lives and people's livelihoods.
Do you think that COVID has brought about a very important thing, that it's not about the issue about the economic prudence, fiscal prudence, economic numbers, but it's about people. So now forget about all those economic principles that you have to aspire as an economy and look at how does it impact on the lives of people.
Yes and no, George. You cannot forget about those principles, because ultimately, some way, somehow, someday, somebody has to pay, right? So you work out a framework whereby people can have some relief, can be sustained for a period of time whilst they get back onto their feet. And when they get back onto their feet, hopefully they'll be stronger, be able to contribute more, to pay back what was invested, to see them through the hard times. So it's more of a medium to long-term perspective. You cannot just throw everything out of the window, because there's no free lunch. Whatever you invest today, you'll have to pay for tomorrow, one way or the other. So the long-term objective of prudence and discipline must still be at the back of your mind, but taking cognizance of the shock of the situation that has arisen unexpectedly and globally, one must make those adjustments. And again, we're seeing that all across the world.
Let me get to Nana Osebo, so he's joining us via Zoom. And Nana, you coming from the private sector, you have a lot of concerns and all the rest. Is it about diversification now or later? And let's look at how we can put food on the table for private businesses.
George, I think the essence of what we're talking about is how do businesses do business and become competitive. We're talking about government borrowings. There's countries with 102% to GDP of government debt. No big deal about that. So far as you put the borrowers into proper business opportunities with returns, that is going to influence jobs creation and wealth creation. That is one. We parade through the world looking for FDIs. Why do we need them? To bring their capital, one, and to bring their technical expertise, two. Now, if we were to mobilize capital formation locally, we wouldn't be looking for somebody's foreign investment. If we build the technical capacities of our business people, of our technical people, of our employees, we wouldn't be looking for them from outside. So capital formation is a driver of the economy. If we were to mobilize enough capital, the stock market that's been dangling and almost failing would be patronized because there are resources to go and buy the stock. Now, government is now going to borrow 250 million from the World Bank, add its own 250 million to set up this new development bank. We have a track record of not being successful with development bank. Let's start with the NIB, then Agriculture Investment Bank, and the others. If you were to put this money into a wholesale development bank where the political influence is limited, with access to institutional participants to take the money and invest with businesses. In our environment, we don't have private equity. We only have debt, and debt is at a high price. Why do we do that? And Professor Asibe mentioned the cost of money, policy rate. This is unacceptable to businesses because you pay through the nose and you have to compete with others. But we created a 3-tier pension scheme that allows the third tier, everybody sitting up over there at the panel, your income, 35% can be set aside into pension schemes. If we were to influence participation of these pension schemes, then people can set aside 35%. The third tier alone aggregates at least about 4 million a year, okay, or 1.5 billion a year based upon the participation. So the essence is, how do we create liquidity in our system, incentivize capital formation in our system? This is what I think. I think I lost you guys. I don't know if I'm still on.
No, you're still on. We're still hearing you live from Labadi Beach Hotel as we connect you.
So the best thing for government to do, the policy driver, capital formation, capacity building, then research. The diversification we're talking about, and I mentioned from the beginning that the local market we're disregarding is what is killing us. The imports, we can, through our research, do a lot of these things locally without importing from the overseas market. Because once we capture the local market where we're familiar with the palates of our citizenry, where we're familiar with the market conditions, then we will look at the residual that flows to the foreign market that we don't know much. So the policy driver for government is to, within these unusual times, how do we create long-term pool of funding for private sector? If this the development bank is coming, then institutional partners who can take the money into a long term at zero cost, in the sense that it's equity. Once you make the money, we split. Instead of relying on the banking system credit, which is choking everything that we're doing. So this unusual times is where I call for the dialogue between government and private sector. Let the government see what are the things that we're looking for. Money, capital formation. What are the other things we're looking for? Technical capacity. If our human capital is not developed, we don't go anywhere, even with liquidity. So if we can build a capacity, we have CSIR, one of the consummate institutional research institutions in the country. They have a whole series of things, but who has the money to take it from the shelf to put it in the marketplace? We don't. So capital formation, diversification, as Vic said, doesn't come tomorrow. It takes a gradual process with the human capital, with the low-cost funding, with the availability of resources. And I keep pointing about this capital formation because of the pension schemes. And the pension schemes are the main source of capital formation, but we're not using it, even though we have it viable and available to the greater percentage of the people. If you look at today, the population of 12 million employees, a shade of 1 million are only covered under pensions. What happens to the others? And if you were able to take 25 cities for 4 million out of the remaining 11, you can aggregate 1.4 billion a year. Look at that. And that's long-term pool of funding available to our micro, small, and medium enterprises to do business. So the diversification can be incentivized by government, that if you go this way, you can take a tax exemption on that for 5 years. When we bring the FDIs in, what do? They come in, we incentivize them, they have tax exemptions, they make the money, repatriate their liquidity home. So what are we doing to ourselves? So this is what I said. Let's talk. The dialogue is the beginning of this diversification.
Thank you so much, Nana Sebonsi. He's the Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation, talking about capital. But Grace, let me come to you, because you engage a lot of private businesses, you engage a lot of the commercial banks. Where is the capital going to come from? The banks claim that they've pumped in significant amount of capital into the economy since March this year, post-COVID-19. I still engage some private businesses, and they claim that, listen, George, we haven't gotten the funds. Even with the National Board for Small-Scale Industries stimulus package, there's still a disconnect as to who are these funds going to. It's a fact that they are disbursing, but are they hitting the right sectors that will stimulate the growth that we're all looking forward to? Or how do we locate capital in these times?
So, George, that's a good question. And I will link that back to what Professor Sesibe said, because there's a balance here that we need to achieve. Let's remember that banks are commercial enterprises, right? They are not necessarily social organizations. So a bank will deploy capital or will disburse capital to a customer based on a certain assessment and in the belief that that customer has the ability to repay. And they have certain requirements around being able to identify the customer, being able to monitor and track. Let's tie that to the structure of our economy currently, where I think one of my co-speakers said that it's about 92% MSME, right? Small, medium enterprises, who typically do not have the same level of formal structure that a bank will require to disburse. So with a commercial hat on, a bank is not about to disburse money for a social enterprise necessarily if they cannot see a commercial benefit in there. On the other hand, you have an intervention from the state that is designed to bridge that gap, right? So you mentioned MBSSI. I don't know the details of what MBSSI has done, except that the principle or the thrust of it is actually to support this 92% of our economy to get things moving. So I always like to say that it's a two-sided thing. Businesses will always go to banks for financing, but we and those of us in the private sector, businesses generally, must also understand that we also need to prepare ourselves to attract financing and to be credit-worthy and to be able to tap into those resources that we need to grow our respective businesses. So if you hear complaints about banks not being sufficiently supportive, etc., I think these are some of the reasons that one might look at, but there needs to be some way of bridging that gap because banks are not, speaking honestly, charitable organizations.
For the Christmas, even though we don't see them around nowadays.
Exactly.
I'll come back to you because there's also a question about driving down the cost of credit, and there's a thought that the Bank of Ghana is not doing enough to drive down the cost of credit. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Mr. Sibe, we've seen other economies where, again, the theories in economy and economics and all the rest, where government has moved into direct participation in the economy by directly supporting businesses through various stimulus package. There's an argument here, and Nana Osei wants to raise that point about we've seen past experiences where national development banks, national banks for housing and construction, all the rest haven't worked. has COVID shown us from examples from other economies where, listen, maybe let's forget about all the intermediaries, government moving directly and support than working through intermediaries. I've heard ministers complain that, listen, we give credit to certain financial institutions to on-lend to businesses, and it's a big challenge. Should we allow government then to move directly to deal with the actors, the consumers, rather than working through intermediaries in terms of trying to promote financial intermediation and all the rest? Other economies are doing it. Governments are pushing in trillions of dollars or billions of dollars, into supporting households, supporting businesses and all the rest. Should we allow these intermediaries to work in trying to support private businesses in our quest to diversify the economy? Or maybe government should move in directly and act if you want to fast-track the process?
Well, George, I think both are necessary. Obviously, we need the intermediation processes. We need to deepen our financial intermediation process because those are the backbone of the economy. Government cannot take over the financing of businesses, and government intervention is often just a portion of it. And so we need that in the times of crisis. Obviously, the role of the state is key in stimulating the economy. And so, because where there's crisis and businesses have shut down and there are not much economic activities and others, you don't expect the banks to work. And for banks, when the systemic risk in the economy is heightened, they're not going to give out loans, as Vish mentioned, because they are dealing with people's funds. They need to safeguard the funds. And so if business activities are not moving, you don't expect the intermediation processes to be effective in that respect, because the banks will then sit back and wait until things get back to normal. And so at that material moment, it is the role of the state that matters the most. The state intervention will come to provide the necessary liquidity to the people, provide relief to the people, to ensure that they use its huge purchasing power to bring the economy back to the road to recovery. And so when things like this happen, you expect direct state intervention, and this is happening everywhere else in the world. You see Americans, Europe, and others, doling out trillions of dollars directly going into businesses as a way of relief and bailing them out, because banks will not do that. And so,
Prof, are we doing that in the Ghanaian economy?
Yeah, I think to a large extent. I think to a large extent, as of now, the present government has done quite well.
But they can do better.
Probably. I mean, by giving out relief to small businesses, the NBSSI that you spoke, the central bank guaranteeing capital guarantees and reducing interest rates and all of that. But I still believe that there's room for improvement in the sense that we are in an normal. I mean, the times are not normal
times, and
therefore, given the situation where demand has fallen so low, consumption has fallen, investment, are uncertain, and banks are unwilling to give out loans, and businesses are constrained by lack of access to capital and all of that. That is really weakening our productive base. It behoves on the state, the central bank, and the fiscal policy and monetary policy to an investment, are uncertain, and banks are unwilling to give out loans, and businesses are constrained by lack of access to capital and all of that. That is really weakening our productive base. It behoves on the state, the central bank, and the fiscal policy and monetary policy to really have some, stimulus package that really would have a material impact. Particularly the central bank, where I keep referring to, because it has the liquidity, it has the ability to purchase a lot more government, security, to provide more financing to government, for government to be able to, ramp up infrastructure. That would definitely be one way of bringing the economy back to normal. Spend more on social sectors, education, because human capital, as Tana mentioned, is critical, in any diversification process.
spend more on digital infrastructure because it's key. It's a key enabler, for businesses to really to ensure business continuity. Because without the digital, backbone and infrastructure, it's difficult for people to have access to good quality and affordable, internet and all of that. And so these are the things that government can do using its expenditure to create the necessary enabling environment, to ensure that the cost of doing business is significantly reduced so that businesses will begin to have the confidence to come back and then to be able to gradually recover and to restore their businesses back to normal. And so we need government intervention. Government is doing more. Obviously, the knock-on effect will be, you will see the loan, the debt levels going up. People are complaining. But as Nana said, I mean, at this time, you cannot talk about debt. There are more important things, that matters for the economy than debt. Once you put the economy on the right kiln, over time, the economy becomes self-liquidating. It becomes to be able to pay for itself.
I'll come to Version, the question about non-performing loans. Listen, are we eating everything now for a bad tomorrow? And the argument about the cost of credit. But let me go to Nana, because there are a lot of questions on our various social media handles, and I'll be coming to that and throw those questions to you. But Nana Osei-Bonsu, I mean, are these support enough? I mean, we've done a little over 1 billion, I stand to be correct, it's 1.3 billion through the National Board for Small Scale Industry. We have a guaranteed support of about 2 billion. If I'm right, figure from the Bank of Ghana suggests that the banks have done over 20 billion Ghana cedis in terms of direct and indirect support to businesses. Are these capital enough to support the private sector, or you think you need more?
George, we need more. The support from the banking system is woefully inadequate. And as Vic indicated, banks are private sector businesses. So they're not social enterprises to do as anybody wants. They have investors that they have to provide returns to. So they're in the business. The cost of money to them makes it virtually impossible for them to bring down the interest rates. What we're talking about is the central bank, Bank of Ghana. What can it do? Instead of, I disagree with you that Bank of Ghana should purchase government securities. No. Bank of Ghana should go to the banking institutions and the other financial institutions and consortiums of banks, make the liquidity available to them, to make sure that they lend at the lowest price. They can do the same a percentage to fund managers, so they can also invest in businesses. You see, government intervention is good at crisis time, but it should not be the medium of intervention for government consistently. I want us to move away from the political patronage and political lineage where government creates this and appointments are made and the liquidity is positioned to people of choice. Let's have a level playing field where the liquidity is spread out with investors from the farm management, from the asset management, from the banking system. So we have a diversified financial tool that can be made available to private sector. When you have competition between private equity and credit, believe me, the private sector will lean on private equity because at that private equity, you get support for technical capacity and you get funding at the lowest levels. So we have to find a way to get that done. And Bank of Ghana is an institution that has the capacity and the authority to do. Instead of Ghana is an institution that has the capacity and the authority to do. Instead of watching inflation, they should. So these are crisis times, and even after the crisis, we have to position ourselves. What is the unemployment level in Ghana? Nobody's counting. Apart from the little case on the roadside and selling, a majority of these guys don't have a job. And because the private sector is a creator of jobs. And if the private sector is not functioning properly, they cannot create jobs. Nobody sets up a business to create jobs. They set up a business to make money. And when the money is coming and the growth, they create employment. If you take public employment, it's 6.8%. If you take private sector formal employment, it's 6.9. The rest is informal sector. So if the informal sector is the biggest chunk of your jobs creation, what is your policy drive? You should be looking at that sector to incentivize them to get money at the lowest cost to do what they need to do. So that diversification, that word that we're using, is not only in product, but it's in the system, how we channel the resources to the appropriate quarters for the private sector to do. Because without private sector, they pay the taxes to government, they pay the taxes of their employees, and they pay the incomes to employees. We were talking beginning about capital formation and savings. I think about 10 years ago, the savings ratio was about 18.9. It was still inadequate. Now it's about 13 point something. Capital formation is not only from savings. I said the pension schemes, and I keep referring to the pension schemes. They are here. Let's incentivize people to participate because they can set aside their pensions up to 35% of their income, and the aggregation is enormous. Ghana, with a population of 30 million plus, our pension capacity is about, 8 billion. If you take little Botswana, 2 million people, their pension scheme is about excess of $9 billion US. Why are we not looking at capital formation as the panacea, as a conduit to influence the other activities? And it can be done so far as the government is willing and working through Bank of Ghana to find ways to get that done. Without liquidity, we'll be talking in circles. Without liquidity, nobody's going to build the capacity of the people, and we'll be chasing shadows, and we're not going to get it done.
Thank you so much, Nana Osei-Bonsu, Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation. And this is the time to pick your questions, and you can go to various social media handles on Graphic, that is on the various social media handle of Graphic, and also Stanbic Bank GH, and also Joy News channel on Multi TV, that is Joy News on Twitter and Facebook as well, and Joy 997. So, Mr. Bishop Shagba, I know this question, I can direct them to you, and it's coming from Benoni. Okay, it says, can we ask why our banks are not listening to calls to reduce interest rate to be part with their peers in the sub-region? It appears that he's trying to do a comparison with, let me add maybe 2 or 3 questions to it and then you answer them together. It says that why is the Bank of Ghana not being proactive in terms of leading this drive? And why is government not using its purchasing powers to stimulate local production in reducing? I'll put that question to Mr. Osei, but the 2 questions, the critical questions here is that, one, banks are not doing enough to reduce the cost of credit, and then also Bank of Ghana doing more by helping to reduce cost of credit. We're looking at somewhere around 2014 to about 35. I stand to be corrected.
Well, let me start with the second part of the question about Bank of Ghana, right? I think Bank of Ghana has been pushing the banks generally to look at their interest rates and see how they can make them more affordable, let's say, to the private sector. But you see, the interest rates that banks charge are derived from a number of inputs. The banks themselves, right? And let's remember, as Prof also said in the course of the conversation, banks mobilize money from depositors, right? And that comes at a cost. So they need to pay that, they need to cover their own costs, and then perhaps make a small margin on top of that. So if you look at these various inputs, something has to give for the interest rates to come down. And in an overall economy where you have a certain level of inflation, I don't think any depositor will be motivated to leave their money in a bank and be getting or be losing value, let's say. So the whole macroeconomic equation comes to play because there's a risk element. I mentioned earlier that those of us in private sector must also take a certain amount of responsibility in terms of how we manage our businesses, how we keep records, because all these things speak to risk, and these are risks that the banks try to price and to cover as part of their interest rates. So to the extent that your business is well run, to the extent that your business has records that are clear, to the extent that your business has good management practices, I think you can reduce some element of those interest rates. But of course, it's not necessarily within your power to deal with the bigger issues such as the level of inflation in the economy, for which the bank is also trying to cover. And within the bank's own control is how they manage their costs, which is why a lot of them are also pushing digitization and other things, just as we have discussed today. So it's a long-standing problem, but I think there are efforts ongoing in that direction. But as I always say, it's a shared responsibility, and private sector also has a role to play in that.
Let me come to Professor Rico Says. There's a question here that says that why is government not using its purchasing power to stimulate local production so we can reduce imports?
I'm not sure whether government is not using. I think that government is doing quite a lot, but of course we can talk about the adequacy of what government is doing. We all know the constraint that government faces, the limited fiscal space that government has, and therefore government is often unable to do much. And so, of course, we can also say government can do more by directing it to some strategic sectors of the economy, and that is where I believe that if we have a diversification strategy, then government will know which areas to realign, resources to, shifting resources, sectoral reallocation of resources, and all of that to specific sectors that it's definitely going to lead a drive towards diversification, particularly from low productivity areas to high, vintage capital and high value manufacturing sectors and all of that. So definitely that is needed. But at the same time, as Vish also said, it is a shared responsibility. There is a balancing act here. The stimulating of the economy is not only have to do with government. Of course, government has the onerous responsibility to stimulate the economy, but the people themselves also has a role to play because at the time has come that we all have to change our taste and preferences for imported products, right? If we are able to shift our consumption, or demand away from imported product and focus it more on goods and services that are produced within the country, we also, because collectively we have a bigger purchasing power than government, right? And so if we are able to target local production, particularly, the 1D1F firms that are springing up, its successes depend largely on the citizens, whether we are going to patronize the products that are produced or not. Because the key thing is about industrialization is not only about setting it up, but it's about the market connectivity that it will have. Its ability to meet the market needs and the people also demanding the product that it's actually put out. And so, everyone has to change its orientation as far as taste and preferences are concerned, so that we support local production. It's key. Government can do it, but government has limited fiscal space to be able to drive all that is needed to be driven. The state, the people themselves, if we deliberately target local production, if cars are going to be produced here and we have a conscious effort that we are not going to import any new car into the country, we are going to demand those cars that are being produced here by Kantanka and by Toyota and all the VWs and others. We create value for the economy. We create sustainable employment for people. People begin to have the income and begin to spend that, begin to stimulate the economy as is needed. So it's a balancing situation. It's a shared responsibility that we both have to. The COVID has given us that opportunity for us to reorient our own taste and preferences towards made in Ghana products, so that we can all support the diversification process.
As the graphic Stanbic Breakfast meeting has to look at how we can diversify the economy, we want to make sure that everything is captured within the time space, as this program is live on various social media handles and Joy News and Joy FM as well. So very soon you're supposed to draw the curtain down. But let me go to Nana Sebon, sorry, for him to wrap up in terms of his concluding remarks, and I'll come back to my guests who are here. Nana joining us via webinar, Zoom, in terms of his contribution. And now, in 2 minutes, can you wrap up for us as you look at the private sector's concerns and how to diversify the economy and the way forward?
Thank you, George. One point made by Prof. and Vic is that the risk premium that is charged to private sector businesses. Yes, private sector businesses, a lot of them are inefficient. But the banks should not be charging one risk premium to everybody. The good ones, the bad ones. So segregate and segment them and give to the right people the lower risk premium. And then the interest rate charge has a lot to do with how we manage our business. Because as Prof is indicating, for locals who patronize made in Ghana products, which are competing with foreign cheap products, ours is overpriced. So we price ourselves out of the market, basically because of the cost of doing business, the cost of money. So that's one of the areas that we have to look at. But so far as the private sector is concerned, instead of government providing incentives to foreign, let's do three things. Capital formation, mobilization, Ghana. So we have liquidity in the system, not only the credit system. Let's provide capacity to the businesses so they can do. Businesses' capacity is also hinged on research, and I mentioned CSR. Or if you go to most of these CSR, they have lots of research findings that are sitting in the shelf because Ghanaians don't have the resources to bring them to the market. The spaghetti and the Indomie and the soy milk and all that can be done here with river yam, water yam, sorghum, and soybean and all. So what do we need? Cheap, affordable capital in the system to allow the Ghanaian investor to be able to do business. Then the capacity incentivized by the application of research and all. So these are things that we need to do if we want people to be patronizing the local made. But I keep stressing beginning that our orientation is export. The continental free trade, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, they're coming. The local infant industries are going to suffer unless we support them with the resources and the technical assistance to be able to stand the competition or even beat the competition in our own backyard. If we don't do that, we'll be looking elsewhere beyond the stars, looking at the lucrative market in the United States and others. Even if when we had the opportunity under the American Growth Opportunity at AGOA, we did only about 9 million. So the market is here. Let's incentivize private sector, local businesses to do at efficient pricing that the consumers will patronize what we produce.
Thank you so much, Nana Sebonsi, Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation. Let me give my panelists here maybe a minute to round up each. Mr. Shago, final words.
Yes, my summary would be to say that clearly diversifying the economy is critical. Much as COVID has been a major disruptive force, not just in Ghana, but globally, I think we actually have an opportunity to use it positively in the sense that with the support that government has put in, understanding, of course, that it could always, we should leverage on that and begin to drive those value-added local products that will make us a bit more self-reliant to support the import substitution agenda and also to strengthen the economy so that in times of challenge we are not found wanting.
Prof, in a minute, your final thoughts.
Well, I mean, I think we should all acknowledge the fact that the road to recovery from this COVID-19 is long, and it can also be very steep, and which will mean that we need the right policy responses to be able to build a more resilient economy that will withstand any shocks that may come after, or if you're going to have a second wave or third wave, our economy, of course, will be able to withstand. Of course, diversification is not a one-day work, but it's a process. We have to start from somewhere. We need to have a diversification strategy at this time to be able to know which areas that are critical, you know, for our country's diversification efforts, so the resources can be channeled into this.
Thank you. Your minute is up. Let me call on an official from Labadi Bichutel to give us his closing remarks for this discussion. Let's also love him. Be our host this morning for our breakfast meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. George, thank you very much. That's just to say that I think, as far as I am concerned, the relationship between Labadi Beach Hotel Graphic Communications Group Limited as well as Stanbic Bank spans many years, and I can say that we've all been worthy partners in terms of the services that we provide to each other. Of course, definitely this year we haven't seen much of each other, and we can all understand that COVID and its impact on businesses is the cause of this. That definitely calls for stakeholder engagement.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. That is the breakfast meeting, graphic Stanbic breakfast meeting, and this is how we draw the curtains on it, at least as far as our coverage is concerned.
Fellow Ghanaians, through planting for food and jobs, food is available and prices are relatively cheaper for us all. Farmers can dream of a better future for themselves and their families. This December, remember your vote will make a difference in the life of a farmer and make food affordable for you and us all. Let's protect our progress. Vote NPP. Vote Nana Akufo-Addo for 4 more years to do more for you.
Charlie, make you hurry up here. I got football appointment.
Hey, you that. Football appointment.
Charlie, the new football season drop.
Really?
I get appointment plus English Premier League, La Liga and Italian Serie A every weekend. Now GoTV top the job, bro.
GoTV gets all these leagues
and more, pa. You can also watch the Dutch Eredivisie, MLS, EFL, and the Scottish Premiership all on ESPN.
Wow.
GoTV dear, better football day live with my GoTV every weekend. Big day. My buddy, they have value for money, Uncle Zach. This new football season, get your money's worth. Get your GoTV decoder, GoTenna, with 1 month plus subscription at 109 Ghana TVs and stay connected for better football on our revamped Super Sports channels via my GoTV, pay by the point, or any mobile money agent near you. Get football worth watching. Terms and conditions apply. GoTV. Live it, love it.
Accidents do happen. It could be a motor accident, a sudden heart attack, or even a stroke, or any other health emergency. The first steps you take are very critical. Should you be involved in or witness an accident, call 112 for the fastest ambulance response. With over 300 well-equipped ambulances all over Ghana, you are assured of the fastest response to your emergency call. Call 112 during critical health emergencies and save your life and that of your family and loved ones. 112, help will come. 112, we are safe. Avoid prank calls as they can lead to loss of life of persons in actual need of help. Be a responsible citizen.
Are you a young person dealing with disruptions caused by COVID-19 to your career, education, emotions, health, or social life? We warmly invite you to the COVID-19 Recovery and Resilience Program, also known as CORE, designed to equip you with resilience and to bounce back from the socio-economic and emotional effects of this pandemic. The CORE program offers job readiness skills, emotional support, personal development, and business coaching from weekly interactive group sessions with professional counselors and mentors in your chosen field. Our sessions are all free, virtual, and rendered in English, Ga, Dangme, Chi, Ewe, Hausa, and Dagari. Visit our website, core.com.gh, to register, or WhatsApp the word mentoring or counseling to our hotline 055-153-5533. Follow us at Core Program on social media. Our website is 0 rated for MTN users. No data cost. Get a free certificate for completing our courses and be equipped for life beyond this pandemic. The Core Program is an initiative of the Springboard Roadshow Foundation in partnership with Solidaridad and the MasterCard Foundation. Core, learning together, growing together.
Well, so it's been an interesting conversation on how we can leverage on COVID-19 to enhance the growth of our economy. Thank you so much for being part of the Super Morning Show today. On behalf of Samuel Dame, Enimwa Enim Ado, my name is Winston. A big thank you to Kweku Cheke Fresh and DJ Wobete. Up next is Enimwa Enim Ado with a Cosmopolitan mix. But I leave you in the hands of DJ Wobete, who's standing by to give us some great songs. Keep listening to Joy on 99.7 FM.
Joy 99.7 FM.
Groverman Productions presents Mr. Smooth, a radio play written by Uncle White.
Monday to Friday,
look, here inside this envelope is 1,000 Ghana cedis.
Okay,
go and give it to her for me, eh?
Oh yes, no problem. But boss, small issue day. Last time I go there, you say make I tell you, say if the body edifice you won't see.
Oh,
you know the money.
Me too, I want the body. I want the edifice.
Oh.
I want the buntu. My wife, she keeps me under strict surveillance.
When you want to see Julie this evening?
Hey, Julie, what do you mention boom like that?
So I didn't mention him.
Jolie. Close your eyes, small as you're saying it.
To catch Mr. Smooth, tune into the Overdrive on Joy 99.7 FM after the 8 p.m. news on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, with a full episode repeated every Sunday from 1:30 p.m. Don't miss out.
Monday to Friday, from Maureen to Frida. I don't get time for complaints.
Business, like the world, evolves every day, from the tangible to the digital, from the farm to the stock market, from ideas to legacies. This is Business Connect.
Business Connect shows Mondays at 9 p.m. only on Joy Prime.
Joy Prime, real entertainment.
Home is where the heart is, and you deserve to make it beautiful. Whatever your dream home, there's a right option for you at the 11th Joy News Habitat Fair in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. This one-stop shop fair will answer all your questions, be it mortgage financing or land acquisition and furnishing. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center for the 11th edition of the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair from Friday, November 6th to Sunday, November 8th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. The fair is under the theme Affordable Housing, Beyond the Rhetoric. There will be virtual webinars during the fair on our social media platforms as we seek credible solutions to our housing problems. Remember to observe all COVID-19 safety protocols when visiting the fairgrounds and follow us on our social media platforms with the hashtag Joy Habitat Fair. For participation or inquiries, call us on 054-690-8179 or 024-434-0431. The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and sponsored by GHB Properties. Experience affordable luxury. DBS Roofing Papa Perfie, Duraplast Limited, manufacturers of high-quality UPVC and HDPE pipes, fittings, and rotational molded products. Where Duraplast goes, water flows. The Plant City Extension Project, rent to own at Joy News Habitat Fair. Everything housing.
Accidents do happen. It could be a motor accident, a sudden heart attack, or even a stroke, or any other health emergency. The first steps you take are very critical. Should you be involved in or witness an accident, call 112 for the fastest ambulance response. With over 300 well-equipped ambulances all over Ghana, you are assured of the fastest response to your emergency call. Call 112 during critical health emergencies and save your life and that of your family and loved ones. 112, help will come. 112, we are safe. Avoid prank calls as they can lead to loss of life of persons in actual need of help. Be a responsible citizen.
Kwame, yo, where are you? I am here. 2 meters away. Ha ha ha, you make me laugh. Social distancing. Do children have to practice? Yes, very important. Children have to practice. Social distancing. You and I have to practice. Yes, very important. Children have to practice. Corona can affect the young and the old. So social distancing, children have to practice. Wow, so just like our parents, children must also practice social distancing, right? Yes, yeah, social distancing, children have to practice. Play your part.
Be the one to encourage friends and family to stay home and stay safe. Play your part. In case of any emergency on COVID-19, call 112 or 311. This is brought to you by the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, and UK Aid.
Hey, it's crowded out there, we know, but you were bold to start. Grow your startup business with free startup banking with Absa. Yes, that's right. Your business can enjoy a cool head start during these COVID times with a lot of exciting freebies. Enjoy free banking services, market access, mentorship, and a whole lot more. Let Absa fuel your ambition to get things done with free startup banking. Open your free Absa startup account now. That's Africanacity, that's Absa.
To find out more, visit absa.com.gh. Terms and conditions apply.
I, Kofi Columbus. Yes, that's me, the greatest world explorer, just landed in Australia in search of the egg-laying mammal platypus.
Kofi.
Yes, Mommy.
Are you acting from your favorite book on weird animals across the world?
Yes, Mommy.
You know, since we joined Pebby Cubs, you love to read now. And your schoolwork has really improved.
Thank you.
Even in these Corona times as you study.
Mommy, you're right.
Indeed, reading allows children to explore the world and discover themselves. Research shows that a child who reads does better at their schoolwork. Pebby Cubs is a transformative and fun online reading community for children from Class 2 to JHS2. With access to thousands of ebooks and weekly activities derived from school curricula, we motivate your child to read, dream, and succeed. Join Pebby Cubs today. Call us on 030-700-0502 or visit www.perbicubs.com to sign up. Pebby Cubs, success is just a book away.
Charlie, I heard that drinking alcohol can protect you from corona. I will soon sell it in barrels.
Hey, did you hear that from Ghana Health Service or the Ministry of Health?
Oh, but everyone is saying it.
Kofi, that is just false information that must end here and now.
Hey, information minister. But Charlie, people are talking about Papa Sako, who recently recovered from corona and has already opened his shop. Won't he be spreading it?
No.
Make me understand, though.
Listen, once a person is fully recovered and they practice all the preventive measures like everyone else, it is very safe to interact or do business with them.
Really?
So don't go and spread lies about him. Play your part. Be a good example. Visit GhanaHealthService.org for the real facts and share. Play your part. In case of any emergency on COVID-19, call 112 or 311. This is brought to you by the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, and UK Aid.
Are you a young person dealing with disruptions caused by COVID-19 to your career, education, emotions, health, or social life? We warmly invite you to the COVID-19 Recovery and Resilience Program, also known as CORE, designed to equip you with resilience and to bounce back from the socio-economic and emotional effects of this pandemic. The CORE program offers job readiness skills, emotional support, personal development, and business coaching from weekly interactive group sessions with professional counselors and mentors in your chosen field. Our sessions are all free, virtual, and rendered in English, Ga, Dangme, Chi, Ewe, Hausa, and Dagari. Visit our website, core.com.gh, to register, or WhatsApp the word mentoring or counseling to our hotline 055-153-5533. Follow us at Core Program on social media. Our website is 0 rated for MTN users. No data cost. Get a free certificate for completing our courses and be equipped for life beyond this pandemic. The Core Program is an initiative of the Springboard Roadshow Foundation in partnership with Solidaridad and the MasterCard Foundation. Core, learning together, growing together.
Joy 99.7 FM.
Joy 99.7 FM.
Hello there. Good morning. This is the Cosmopolitan Mix here on Joy 99.7 FM. I hope you've had a wonderful morning. We have over here, especially if you're listening to the Super Morning Show. Have you had breakfast? Are you okay? Are you ready to have an even more exciting morning into the afternoon? Well, if you are, then you've tuned into the right show at the right time on the right station. It's Joy 99.7 FM. My name is Enima Enimado, and this is the Cosmopolitan Mix. Now, today, for about the next hour or so, we'll be enjoying an interview that our colleague Israel Lai is having with the U.S. ambassador to Ghana. You know, the U.S. is going to the polls today. I think this has got to be like one of the most controversial elections ever. Trump or Biden? Like, who is going to win? Well, Israel will be interviewing the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, and he'll also be talking about the mechanisms and the history of the U.S. elections and how it affects us as Ghanaians. Because sometimes it seems like it's far away. You know what I mean? But just a few gentle reminders. The first one is that this weekend, Joy News in partnership with EcoBank is bringing you the 11th edition of the Habitat Fair. The fair is under the theme Affordable Housing Beyond the Rhetoric and comes off at the Accra International Conference Center from Friday the 6th to Sunday the 8th of November 2020 from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. Distance is not a barrier, as we've got exhibitors and patrons covered with virtual participation wherever you are. Remember to observe all COVID-19 safety protocols when you're visiting the fair. And for participation or inquiries, please call 0546 908 179 or 0244 340431. The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and sponsored by GHB Properties, Experience Affordable Luxury, DBS Roofing Papa Fie, Geoplast Limited, manufacturers of high quality UPVC and HDPE pipes, fittings, rotational molded products. Remember, where Geoplast goes, water flows. The Plan City Extension Project, rent to own. And again, this weekend, in honor of our 25th anniversary, Joy goes local, and we're going on a tour. It's called the Western Escape. It's from the 6th to the 8th of November 2020. We'll be going to Nzulezu, the unique village built on stilts. We'll be having lunch at the Karela restaurant. We'll also be staying over at Maha Beach Resorts. It's 3 days and 2 nights of the most amazing time. There'll be dinner, there'll be live band sessions, a bonfire night. You'll get to see Cape 3 Points. And most importantly, the trip is heavily discounted at 1,500 Ghana cedis. It covers all meals, accommodation, transportation, tour fees, and recreational activities. You don't want to be told. Join the 25th anniversary adventure as Joy goes local. Please call 059-5500817 or 055-631-0404 for your reservations. Remember, seats are limited, so it's first come, first served, and it's from the 6th to the 8th of November. Well, we have some great news for sales with EcoBank Pay Ghana. There are no payment restrictions as we collaborate toward a common goal. As customers stay home and maintain social distance and stay safe, don't worry. EcoBank Pay allows customers to make contactless payments from anywhere, in-store or online from any bank account, and with any bank card or any mobile money wallet, using your phone safely and conveniently. Make the move today and reach more customers with the new EcoBank Pay Ghana. For inquiries, call EcoBank on 0302-213-999 or 24/7 toll free on 3225. EcoBank cares. Remember to put in place measures to ensure the safety of your staff and customers. Hashtag stay safe for business. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Okay, well, now we're going to cross over to Israel Lai, who is speaking to Stephanie Sullivan, the U.S. ambassador to Ghana.
It's going to take us quite a bit of time before we get to know who the eventual winner is. Is that correct?
Right, and that's not so much because of the Electoral College, although that's always been in place, but it's more related to the fact that there's so many votes that have already been cast early because of the pandemic, largely, and also for convenience, et cetera. So already there are about 95 million votes that have been cast, and it will take each state time to count all of those votes as well as to count the votes that will be cast in person today. And each state has its own protocols for when they can even begin to count the votes. And some of the key states, some of the swing states where these precious electoral votes are not, let's say, a foregone conclusion because of history and expected turnout, that will take some time. So I guess I want to urge everyone patience with the process. It's time tested, and we'll see. We'll have the results when they're ready.
All right, so we can expect CNN and the other networks to project the elections maybe in the next 24 hours after the votes polls are closed.
Well, so the media has always done these projections, but that's the key word. These are projections. So the media does not declare the winner. There's a couple of things that will influence how the votes become known. Part of that is time zones. We have multiple time zones in the United States. So 7 o'clock in the morning, people are still asleep in Hawaii when they're waking up to start opening the polls at 7 a.m. in Washington, for example. And so that's one thing that, year after year, you get some results in earlier just because of the time zone. And so then the polls will close earlier in the East Coast. But this year, because of the pandemic and the preponderance of early voting, there's mail-in ballots, there's drop-box ballots, and it will just take time to go through to make sure that every vote is counted and every voter's voice is heard.
Now, have you voted yet? And which of the options did you use if you have voted?
So I have voted. Thank you for asking. In fact, I voted my son, who's not quite 30 years old, and I dropped our mail-in absentee ballots at the drop box in Maryland on my way to the airport coming back from the States.
Okay.
I'm in quarantine still. I returned from holiday in the U.S. less than 14 days ago. And what I got, because I wasn't sure, I thought I would be in Ghana during all of this, I requested an online ballot. So I had to print that out on my printer, and I had to fill out all the circles. And then I happened to be in the U.S., so I was able to put it in a drop box. If I'd been here, I could have put it in through the embassy mail system, and it would have gone through the U.S. Postal Service. And we had that opportunity for American citizens to do that up to a certain deadline where we wanted to make sure that the votes would arrive in time, because they arrive at whatever state the person is registered to vote in. And then those who missed that deadline also had the option of using express mail service to get their vote put into the U.S. Postal Service to their respective election authorities.
Now, as a career diplomat, are you able to indicate, openly declare a party affiliation?
Any career employee of the U.S. government can belong to a political party, and that is a matter of public record. So yes.
Oh, okay. So are you willing to tell us which way you voted?
No, our vote is a secret ballot. Some people choose to reveal how they voted. I do not choose to reveal that.
But would you tell us which of the parties you belong? You're indicating you're free to belong to any party.
I don't think that's relevant for the purposes of talking about the electoral process in the United States.
All right. Now, what options are there for eligible voters who are domiciled abroad? You indicated that there's a way you can vote through the embassy. If you could explain that.
Okay, so people should not expect to see a big line by the circle near the embassy of Americans waiting to cast their ballot. as I explained, there's a way to do the mail-in ballot. And in fact, this system started during the Civil War in America so that soldiers who were fighting would be able to have an opportunity to mail their ballot and be counted back in their home state. So the mail-in ballot, which either you request really months in advance, and it can be mailed to you, and then if it doesn't arrive for some reason, there's even a backup system where you can access an online ballot, or there's a way that you can get sort of an emergency federal ballot. So we take the suffrage of the American voter very seriously, and both in the U.S. there are multiple ways to vote once, and for Americans abroad they have options as well, but one vote per registered voter.
All right, the COVID-19 pandemic is clearly one of the issues that has dominated the 2020 presidential race or election campaign. Here in Ghana, people base their decision to vote for a party on a number of factors. What are some of the things informing the voters in the U.S. this election?
So I think the world around, pocketbook issues are always going to be important. The economy, social issues such as health will be important. So I think that the same kinds of topics will influence voters. I think sometimes, some voters just will always vote the party line. Some people will take more time to look at the candidate and might do like a skirt and blouse type voting. Because don't forget, it's not only the president and vice president who will be elected this year, but we have all of our representatives in the House of Representatives and a third of our senators, as well as many governors and other local officials, plus ballot questions that might have to do with local taxes or zoning, et cetera.
All right, so that clearly it's not just about voting for President Trump or Joe Biden, but several other factors, as you're saying, including taxes and all of that. So who eventually declares the election results? Since you're saying that it's not the media, I mean, they will do their projections. But is there like a certified body, like the Electoral Commissioner hearing, the chairperson of the Electoral Commissioner here in Ghana, who would say, all right, this person, President Trump has won or Joe Biden has won?
So believe it or not, that official thing doesn't happen until January 6th. And that's always been the case. But people, are so fixated on the projections that they haven't paid attention to the full process. And so, as I mentioned, each state has their own system. And the governor they count in each state. They certify the election results at the state level. They the electors are selected. Then those votes get rolled up and basically sent to our Congress, where they're counted again and fully announced on January 6th. And then that precedes the sort of the culmination in the actual swearing in of whoever has been announced as president on January 6th.
All right, so but without declaring or anybody declaring who has won officially, we get to know well ahead of time thanks to the projections that we get from the media, which often stands, right?
They often stand. Before the internet and social media, there was a famous situation that declared the wrong candidate as having won back in the last century. And that newspaper with the, Dewey Victorious is a very expensive collector's item because it was a big mistake. And this is also kind of a cautionary tale that in the rush and haste to be the first with the news, it can be very embarrassing to be wrong. And I just think that there will be, projections state by state, but some of the key swing states that are going to make the difference in that path to 270 electoral college votes it may take days and weeks to even get to all the absentee ballots. And so while some of the states will be very clearly going one way or the other, some of the key states will take longer. And so all of the votes have to be in and counted and certified before anyone can actually announce the winner.
Now, having come to know the electoral system here in Ghana and the way we go about our things, along with the transparency and all of that, is there anything that you feel that the U.S. should be adopting from Ghana?
Well, I think wherever elections occur, free, fair, transparent, peaceful elections are what we and the American people are looking for, whether at home or abroad.
All right, so the question is, is there anything about our election and our process that you think that the U.S. could study or pick or adopt?
Well, I was here during the 2000 election, and that was kind of an interesting process for me to observe. And so, there's obviously a lot of anticipation for the December 7th election here. But, Ghana has established a strong tradition of peaceful democratic elections and governance, and we have over 200-year tradition ourselves. And so we just really look to see that continuing in both countries.
Now, what changes or stays the same for you after the election?
You mean me as ambassador of the United States to Ghana?
You as an ambassador, yeah.
Okay, so as a career diplomat, I take my oath to the Constitution, and I serve at the pleasure of the president, whoever is our president. So while I was appointed by President Trump for this ambassadorship, because I'm a career diplomat, not what we call a political appointee, I would be in continuity regardless of an outcome. And then when a sitting president is reelected, normally even the political appointee ambassadors stay put. But a president always has the option to change members of cabinet and to change his personal representative abroad. So the short answer is our career folks generally stay in place and continue to execute the policies that are put in place by our elected leadership.
All right, so finally, before I let you go, I'm going to go back to the question I asked again about when we should expect the results. You're saying that because of the mail-in ballots and the early ballots and all of that, we can't expect the results to come in as early as we've had it in previous elections.
So if I get you right, you want to know my prediction on when we will know.
Okay, so you've indicated because of the early voting and the mail-in ballots, the fact that we're having a whole lot of them, we shouldn't expect that the results will come in as early as we've come to expect in previous elections.
Right. So again, it is a bit complicated, but because each state has its own guiding legislation that's determined by the state legislators. Some states have already started processing the ballots, and other states can't start until election day. And then some states have a deadline for when they can finish counting the ballots. And so depending on which state is still kind of counting, and what the electoral map looks like, it could be quite some time. If the swing states take longer to return the ballots, then we'll all just have to wait until that is done. And so you'll see kind of endlessly a lot of the television coverage will be kind of calculating, okay, if this state and this state go red or this state and this state go blue, here's what it can mean. But that number of 270 electoral votes is a really key number, and there's different combinations of how that can occur. So it's really impossible to predict when the projections will be valid.
All right. Thank you very much. Stephanie Sullivan is the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. Thank you very much for your time. Would you want to say anything before you get to go?
Sure. Thank you so much. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. And let me just reassure everyone that, we have a strong, enduring partnership between the United States and Ghana. And either way, that will continue no matter what happens in the U.S. elections, no matter what happens in Ghana's elections. We have this strong partnership. And in fact, my entire 30-plus year career, we've had a very strong bipartisan consensus on Africa policy. And no matter what the outcome is of the U.S. elections in 2020, that will certainly continue. So thank you very much, and stay tuned.
All right. Thank you very much, Stephanie Sullivan, who's the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. So we'll be joined, as I indicated. We're going to be taking a break, but still to come, or still ahead of this special U.S. presidential election coverage, we have a senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science, University of Ghana, Dr. Alidu Seidu, who will be joining us. Evan Spencer, who's the head of the politics desk here at Joy News, has already been part of the conversation. And then we're also going to be joined by two voters. We have one Republican and we have one Democrat. They'll be joining us for the conversation. Do stay tuned in. Don't go away. We'll be back in a bit.
Home is where the heart is, and you deserve to make it.
Joy 99.7 FM.
Special coverage, and I have been joined by Dr. Alidu Seidu, who is a senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science. Evan Spencer has already been in the conversation. So thank you to you both, Dr. Alidu Seidu. So you've just heard the U.S. Ambassador, and she's told us, of course, she couldn't get into the politics of it. She had to stay away from all of that so that we can have that conversation. So I want to start with you. What do you see being at stake in this particular election? Dr. Alidu Seidu.
Thank you so much, Israel. I think there are a lot of issues at stake, both for the citizens of the United States of America and for the international community at large. for the citizens of the United States of America, it is more about their lives and then their livelihoods. It's more about their future aspirations. But for the case of it's more about their future aspirations and the future aspirations of their kids. And I think the coronavirus pandemic is a phenomenon that is affecting almost everything across the world. And it doesn't spare the United States of America, no matter the hegemonic power that they have. So there are surging figures, people are dying. The citizens of the United States of America want to know what policy options, what alternatives will both the Republican candidates and then the Democratic candidates have for the citizens. It's one different areas. They all differ. I think both Trump and then Biden differ on their approach in terms of the use of face mask backed by federal law, and then in terms of just allowing people to go about without using face mask. Then the coronavirus pandemic has also affected economies. So a lot of people have lost their jobs in the United States of America. People have received pay cuts. People have been allowed to sit home and work and all those things. And it's affecting people's lives and livelihood. So they want to know. Both candidates talk about stimulus package and how they're going to bring the economy back on track. Donald Trump said he's going to create about 10 million jobs in 10 months and all those kind of things. But besides this, it also has to do with the relationship the U.S. have with other countries in terms of tariff imposition, in terms of tax cuts, tax reductions, pegging the tax, increasing tax for higher earners in the United States and all those things has been a policy difference between the Democrats and then the Republicans. You are looking at healthcare. The Affordable Healthcare Act that was passed under Barack Obama actually want to provide healthcare for every U.S. citizen who is not able to afford private healthcare. It has been very helpful, but Donald Trump is against it. He wants to repeal it. He wants to do a lot of things. He wants to reduce the cost of buying foreign drugs so that people who are sick can actually have access to those things. It's a very thorny issue that the U.S. citizen were thinking about. Do I have to enjoy affordable healthcare, or I will have to pay for my healthcare? It's also about race and racism in the United States. While Donald Trump thinks the racism is not systematic, Joe Biden and the Democrats think it's a systematic issue, and they have to deal with that issue going back to the roots. It also has to do with foreign policy. The Democrats think that Donald Trump has actually embarrassed their enemies. He has pulled out of a very important global issue, very important global issue conventions, and he's actually reducing the level of contribution the U.S. has made to NATO as an organization, to the World Health Organization, and to several other international bodies. So the Democrats are saying that if we come to power, we are going to restore dignity and respect for our allies, and they also make sure that we deal with people who don't actually listen to the U.S. advice and then work in partnership with the U.S. It also has to do with climate change and the perspective that both the Republicans and the Democrats have about climate change. But it also has to do with civil rights concerning abortion issues and then same-sex marriage, the LGBT community. It's all about guns and gun control. So it basically has to do with nitty-gritties that borders on the lives of the United States citizens.
Yes. All right.
So they take these things very serious, and they believe that the candidate that is able to implement these policies, whether at the domestic level or the international level, to better their lives, is the candidate that they are going to vote.
All right, Dr. Elidu, perfect. So all that you've talked about has to do with the U.S. and its citizens. And clearly, if you look at the two candidates that we're looking at, President Donald Trump and Joe Biden, I'm yet to hear of any of them articulate an Africa-specific policy. And so people will be wondering, why are we so fixated about the U.S. elections? Why do we have to bother about the U.S. election? And which is the question I'd want to put to you in a bit. But right now, we've been joined by two voters from the U.S., and they happen to be of Ghanaian origin. So, yeah, that's very interesting. They very much understand. And so I would want to introduce them. We have Sylvia Quay, who is in Kentucky, and then we also have Abigail Aprechum, who is in Ohio, I believe. Abigail? All right, so you'll have to unmute, and then we can get to hear you now. So, and I'd want to start with you, Abigail Amprechum. So you tell us where you stand, or what are some of the issues that are informing your vote in this election, Abigail? All right, so Abigail, if you can hear me, I want you to unmute, and then you tell us what are some of the issues that are informing your vote in this election. And also for your information, this show, the special coverage of the U.S. election is also live on Joy 99.7 FM and on our social media handle. So Abigail, what are some of the issues that you're looking at for this election?
Israel, can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
Okay. Forgive me to say that I can hardly hear anything. My audio is like terribly bad. I can hardly hear anything, but if I'm given the platform to speak, then I'll go ahead and say something. I don't know if you can really hear me.
All right, I can hear you. So the question I want to ask you, I'm asking is, what are the issues informing your vote in this particular election?
Okay, I will just go ahead and say something about the Republicans. I'll say something about the election of President Donald Trump, because sincerely, I can't hear what you're asking me. I'm trying so hard to hear, because today's conversation is very important to me, and I had to come outside to my car so that I can talk to you, because a lot of people need to hear what I got to say today. So let me start this way. Okay, so I don't know if you can hear me, but I believe that President Donald Trump is a better person if elected into compared to Biden for so many reasons, and I will give just a few. Let's start. I know we don't have much time, but let me do a little bit of political history before I get into even what Trump has done for the United States. So politically, if you look at history, look at Republicans and Democrats. Republicans are rather much more conservative. Republicans have always been there for the minority. They've always been there for Black people, for Hispanics, for Latinos. Democrats on the other side, they've always been the slave masters. They've always forced to maintain slavery. They are using the recent Black Lives Matter protest as some kind of they have hijacked the Black Lives Matter protest in their favor for the upcoming election, but they are rather the racists, I would say, not really to kind of put any favor on anyone. Let's go straight to the point. Let me talk about Trump. I think my colleague who spoke for the Democrat, so everybody who talks about Trump, I mean, especially Africans, they only talk about his personality. They only say he's arrogant, he's disrespectful, he's this, he's that. They really don't know what Trump has done. Trump has reduced unemployment rate up to 3.5% within the last 50 years, which no president has that kind of record. Obama did nothing for blacks, but I mean, Trump has done so many things for blacks. More than what Obama did. Trump has handled COVID-19 perfectly. Obama could not handle H1N1 swine flu, which Biden has been in government for 47 years. He did nothing for the American people. Biden has been in government, including his being 8 years as vice president, and he did nothing for the people. H1N1 flu was a less fatal virus, but yet it affected over 60 million people, killed 575,000 people. When Biden was asked in a debate why they couldn't handle it, he said they had no idea what they was doing. He said they had no idea. Biden's team, which is the Democrats, they kind of they have caused blacks or the minorities more harm than they promised. I think what they're doing now is they're using a lot of shade to cover themselves, because Trump has this personal attitude, which is what they're using through the media to cover his good deeds. Trump has increased wages in the minority more than any party has ever done by 3.4% among blacks, among Hispanics, among Latinos, 3.4%. Obama did not do that. Trump has given long-term funding to black colleges and universities, 10-year long-term funding. Obama never did that for the black community. Trump has done jurisdictional reforms. Trump has done prison reforms for blacks. Trump has done so many things. Look at the Mexico border thing that they are talking about. Who built the cages at the Mexican border? Obama built those cages. And he was not using the cages for livestock. He was using the cages for holding children. That was way back in 2014. He built the cages with Biden.
All right.
But when Trump had to use the cages, now everybody thinks Trump is a bad person. But Obama built those cages.
All right.
Let's go back to immigration.
Abigail.
Trump has deported.
So, Abigail, I'd have to come in here. Some quick information. You talked about the fact that H1N1 killed more than 500,000 people in the U.S., but I'm not sure about that and where you're getting that information from. Because my checks suggest that the most deaths in the U.S. was 12,469. So not quite the figure that you're talking about. But let me come to Sylvia Quay at this point. Now, Sylvia, so you heard what Abigail has been talking about, and I want to ask you the same question. What are some of the issues you're looking at that is going to inform your vote in this election?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Israel. So first of all, when I heard the lady speak, I was overwhelmed with shock. I was wondering where she was getting that data and that information from, because none of what she said is true, none at all. Yes, well, President Obama was in office for 8 years. Now, he had to follow the law. He couldn't have been partial and done things specifically for the black people, because the same breath, the people who are criticizing that he didn't do anything for the black people would be the same ones saying that he showed partiality, or a difference. Like he said, he was president of the entire United States, not for the blue people or the red people or the blacks or the whites. And he did that. This exaggerated numbers of how many people died with H1N1 is completely a fabrication. It is not true. The issue of President Trump, increasing pay the minimum wage for black people and giving money, that is all a fallacy. I mean, it would be nice if he did, but he did. And I'll just say this, that I never vote straight party lines. Even though I'm registered with one party, every time I go into the polling booth, I vote for the issues. And there are policies on both sides that I may agree with or not. So I may agree with some issues, some policies on the Democratic side and vote for those. And there are some issues that, will be on the Republican side that I vote for. So I don't vote straight party lines. I vote for humanity. Now, this president, with all due respect, I mean, I pray that he succeeds, because he's the leader of the free world until he's been voted out. So we want him to succeed. However, there has been nothing he's done, I guess, spew hatred. And maybe he's not doing it intentionally. Maybe he's unaware of these utterances. But the things he says are weaponized by his followers. So when he stands in front of the TV and talks to millions of people and tell them that the rioters or whatever should stand back and stand by, immediately they go and print T-shirts, because they're gun-toting people waiting to kill. Since discrimination is not a new thing, it's been there for ages, starting from slavery. But I would say that over the 20 years that I have been in America, this is the worst period of discrimination and police brutality. These people say that they prefer pro-life, or that they insist on pro-life versus pro-choice. So a baby has to be born under any circumstance. It has to be born. But when that child is born, they don't want to do anything to help that child, who then becomes a boy or a girl and then a man or a woman. And you realize that this affects more the majority of Black people because they're poor. So you cannot want babies to be birthed and not want to do anything to help the human beings that they become. Same Republicans are for gun rights, gun ownership, without much of any vetting. And we have seen horrifically how guns and weapons have gone into the hands of people who are either insane or have mental problems and have killed people. Now, again, I would say this didn't start with the Trump administration. It did not. But it is heightened. A couple of years ago, I mean, there was school shootings like back to back to back in Ohio, where the other lady is. She can attest to that. It happened, you know? And what the Democrats are wanting is gun reform. They're not looking to have people lose their Second Amendment, right? But they're looking for some vetting process that makes it difficult for people who should not wield guns to have guns. So, I mean, I don't know, but whatever President Trump has done, he has succeeded in blinding people to become uninformed voters. I mean, followers.
All right. So.
Yeah.
So now I'm coming to.
I need to say something. Forgive me if you're talking.
I'll come to you, Abigail, in a bit.
My connection is severely terrible, so
I'll come to you,
I heard
Abigail.
what the lady said right now. Whatever I had said earlier, I couldn't even hear myself, but I can hear everything right now. I would like to chip in a little bit with what she just added about the racism. It is really, really not true. Look at it this way, okay? Who took tens of thousands of blacks to prison? It was Biden. That was the criminal bill that he had signed in 1994. Look at their presidential debate. Look at their final presidential debate. He was asked that how does he intend to resolve that? What the answer he gave is that they had no idea what they were doing, and that he intends resolving when he's elected. He had 47 years to do that. He never did resolve it. It was Trump who came and released a lot of black families to reunite. It was Trump who came, and he didn't just do that. He did it together with the South Carolina governor, who had put in a lot of investment programs to help these prisoners, not just coming out of prison, but to help them also get something doing again with your lives.
All right, Abigail, if you're talking about people being released from prison and you're saying that Trump did that, for information, actually, Sylvia happens to be a lawyer, and so she would know a bit more about that. So, Sylvia, is it true that President Trump helped release a lot of black folks who are in prison?
I mean, it's, every time the lady, and I don't know who she is, so this is not, a diss at her perspective, but it is false, outright. President Trump has not done anything to release black people. Black people are punished unfairly. When you look at a black person and a white person committing crimes, the white person gets off with it, and the black person is punished in perpetuity. Now the thing is, a lot of the black people, black people crimes, for lack of a better expression, has to do with poverty. They have drugs. They may be pushing drugs or selling drugs because they're poor. They can't afford any other lifestyle. They're also uneducated. So, and this is not for every black person, but most of these people who are pseudo criminals are not educated enough to get gainful employment. And why is that? Because the black person is marginalized. In black neighborhoods, you find the poorest level of education. So I really, truly hope, and don't interrupt me, Mr. Prechum. I'm not here to debate.
Go ahead, please.
I'm not here to debate. I'm just sharing my perspective, and you have shared yours. Now, this thing of the cage and Obama built the cage, Whether I don't even know where that is coming from, but assuming, let's for the sake of argument, say that Obama built that cage. There are 545 kids in that cage without children. Obama didn't put those kids there. And our
Obama did that before.
Interrupt me, I'm speaking. Now, President Trump has stood in front of the nation and said, well, those 545 kids have video games and they have books, I mean, they have beds. So in other words, they are better off being in those cages than being with their parents. And that is absolutely unprecedented.
All right,
I don't know where the fact that Mr. Prechum has is coming from.
All right.
But none of the
But you think you didn't watch their last debate.
All right, so
their final debate.
Let's hold on, Abigail and Sylvia. So fortunately, we've been giving some more time. We're going to have 30 extra minutes. If you can't stay, I'd love to have you stay with us for the extra 30 minutes so that we can end the show at 11:30. But when I come to you next, I'd want you to spell out exactly the issues that will inform your vote, and then I'll come to you in a bit. But I want to come to Evans. So Evans, you've heard the two voters from the U.S. and clearly the issues that run through, and I get the impression that both the two sides are quite entrenched on what they believe in. Evans.
Yes, I mean, this is just a demonstration of the bitter divisions in America over the last 4 years, and it's just also it's the beauty of democracy that you can express your perspective on issues quite vehemently, and it's okay. But let's look at some of the facts that we've heard expressed today. I mean, Obama's history when it came to deportation is quite strong. In fact, he was one time branded by the Economist magazine as a deporter-in-chief. Now, if you look at the history, Obama deported between 2009, in 3 years, 2000 between 2013 and 2015. Obama deported an estimate of 2.5 million people from the United States in terms of the people that, in essence, that he activated ICE to deport. This is between 2009, rather, to 2015. 2.5 million people were deported. Now, if you put that in the context of history, that is higher than any other president before him and after him. And these are just pure facts, and the facts are there for everybody to check. 2.5 million people he deported, and that even doesn't include the 2016 numbers yet. The only president that came close to him was George Bush, who deported just slightly over 2 million people. Now, but again, if you compare that record to Trump, you have to then also look at who were deported. So, whereas Barack Obama was looking more at criminals, and strictly the order that was given to ICE was to criminals who mostly were behind bars already, had been convicted for one reason or other, serious crimes, misdemeanors, felonies. Trump is doing slightly more of the opposite. Yes, he's going after the criminals also, but anybody else that Trump simply doesn't like us, and we've seen outright bans imposed on countries just because of the fear of terrorism, bans imposed there. So that is where they are different. But America is definitely divided. But of course, we've also seen, and I want to come back to the Ghanaian interest in all this, because I'm delighted that both our contributors from the U.S. are Ghanaians first. We've seen an unprecedented level of deportations from a Ghanaian perspective. 7,000 Ghanaians in America were forced to be deported. The United States government under Trump had to arm twist Ghana, threaten Ghana, in fact impose sanctions on Ghana so they can have their way in deporting 7,000 Americans, many of whom our country was forced without verification to take on. We had to stand our ground at the point, and they had to impose visa restrictions on us. And so, from a Ghanaian point of view, you're more inclined to go with the Democratic Party's policies on Ghana than with the Republican policy on Ghana. But another historical fact that I need to also point out, and sometimes this is lost in the conversation. It is not so relevant today, but it's important. It gives you historical perspective. Now, the Republican Party, on whose ticket Donald Trump became president of the USA, was formed to end slavery. I mean, we forget that. The Republican Party, on whose ticket Donald Trump running to become president, was formed to end slavery. The reverse is true. The Democratic Party, on whose ticket Barack Obama became president, the first Black American president, the Democratic Party fought to keep and extend slavery in the new territories of old America. And you want to bring up the Abraham Lincoln versus Stephen Douglas debates, that in essence was a debate between keeping slavery and abandoning slavery.
All right.
But that is just historical.
Yeah,
over the years, the parties have exchanged these roles, where we've seen the Democratic Party more encouraging of interracial cooperation, and the Republican Party going the other way, as we've seen Trump entrench over the years, where racism has become entrenched. And there's a president who encourages it. In many ways, he himself is seen as a racist president. He has done nothing to break down those perceptions. And so this is why this election is so key. It's so key not only for America, but also for Africa and for Ghana. And we've seen that play out in the debate we've just had with the two Ghanaian Americans who are voting today.
All right, so the question that I'm going to put to all of you.
99.7 FM.
This Wednesday is Mega Wednesday at ShopRite. That means we have mega fresh produce at mega low prices. Like white hot dogs roast ones for only 89 pesos and cabbage and wraps for just 4 Ghana cedis, 99 pesos each. Get these and more mega savings at Mega Wednesday. Prices valid on Wednesday, 4th November only. To help ensure the safety of all our shoppers and staff, please practice social distancing when visiting our stores. Only at ShopRite. Lower prices you can trust.
And that was
always.
And that was Israel Lai speaking to Evans Mensah. And earlier on, he spoke to the U.S. ambassador to Ghana. Welcome back. This is the Cosmopolitan Mix here on Joy 99.7 FM. We still have an hour to go, so we can promise you some great music, some fantastic conversations, and of course, a lot of information. And this morning, we're saying hallelujah, hallelujah. Adum Praise is beckoning. We're celebrating 25 years of the Multimedia Group Limited. Indeed, it has been Christ at work. Join us on Wednesday, November 4th, 2020 live. That's tomorrow on Bedrim, Adum TV, as we launch the 2020 Adum Praise. The time is from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Hashtag Adum Praise, hashtag Yerbehim. The sponsors include DBS Roofing, Roof Papa Fie, Serene Insurance, the official insurer of Adum Praise, Franco Trading Enterprise, Optima Hair Relaxer, Tampico Drink, Escort Security Services, Ulti Malts, and Tina Lina Catering. So, yesterday afternoon, I hope you enjoyed our live concert with Uncle Ato. It was fantastic, wasn't it? Well, guess what? You can look forward to many more of those to come, because for the whole of November, we will be having these concerts on Mondays at 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. as Ghana goes to the polls in a few weeks to elect our political leaders. Drive Time, your biggest late afternoon program in Ghana, is bringing you 4 sessions of powerful heaven on earth live worship experience with some of Ghana's fine gospel giants. Don't be left out of this great initiative to lead the nation to worship and empower Ghanaians. Okay, I hope you're washing your hands frequently and carefully with soap and water, re-washing several times a day, especially after touching anything, including your phone or laptop. Remember to use your hand sanitizer when you can't wash your hands. Wash your fresh groceries and clean and disinfect surfaces such as countertops, door handles, furniture, toys, laptops, and mobile phones with alcohol-based disinfectants. Remember that every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday after the 8 p.m. news on Overdrive, you can catch Mr. Smooth, which is brought to us by Roverman Productions in partnership with Joy FM and is an original Uncle Ibo-White play. And it's about Dennis, who believes he's the smartest man alive and draws rings around everyone. And we're all wondering when his luck will run out. You can enjoy Mr. Smooth Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays after the 8 p.m. news on Overdrive. And if you missed that, you can catch it on Sundays at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Smooth is sponsored by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. So how about we get back some music? Yeah.
Roach beat.
Bang bang, biggie biggie, heavy heavy, baby woman. Ava, biggie biggie, heavy heavy, baby woman. You're the one I want to. Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need before cassava start to hate. And if I ever leave make what I carry me they go far away, far away. So I am looking for a sis, you're my lover. She got the dollar, she dey wear designer. So I am looking for a sis, you're my lover. She got the dollar, she dey wear designer. So give me assurance, assurance. Yeah, I give my baby assurance, I give my baby lifetime insurance. Yeah, assurance, oh no, assurance. I give my baby assurance, I give my baby lifetime insurance. Yeah, biggie biggie, heavy heavy, bang bang, heavy heavy, baby do you want me? Biggie biggie, heavy heavy, biggie biggie, heavy heavy, baby do you want me? Love is sweet, oh. When money enter, love is sweet. Pepereto. So brother man go gas deliver. Call Anita, oh. Tell her make she come, they go far away, far away. Me I know they do again, and I am looking for a sis.
Joy 99.7
She enter Atlant, she go cause disaster, oh. And I am looking for a sis. You're my lover, oh. She go follow go Atlant, then go disaster, oh. Them know say you really bada bada. Bounce and dala dala. You dey spend and pop your kala kala. Who forever walk on my man say. Forever man na me to a say. Some bang na me come I want him a say. For me walk na me to a say. Na me to a say. Girl I want you know since you come my way. It's like a massacre in a me head. I see you for dream I know they feel bad. Girl I wanna give you my love. Come and try my love. Yeah, well, girl, I wanna give you my love. Come and try my love.
I'm gonna see you with Yvonne Nelson. Yeah. Now I go there, now I go there. See you with the Genevieve. Now I go there. Cause you know say me wanna give you my love. I wanna show you the world. I wanna ride down with you, baby. Give me your money too, baby. I want. Baby, carry me go there. Let me like you montari. But the honey. Nani magara ki no go ki solo. Yeah, no go ki solo. Abi? Oh, nani magara no go ki solo. I got a girl, she a London thing. She wanna roll and smoke one thing. I'm a silver a diamond ring. But she say other girls like my thing. She make my heart beat say like the boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wag, baby say broom broom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make a see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make a see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make a see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make a see, take a picture. I rap on your dreams, but we move.
know the vibes, you know the groove. Only why they miss my groove. She make my heart beat still like the boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done, we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make a see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make a see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make a see, take a picture.
I go to war for your case. I go to court for your case. I climb the bridge for your case. Enter water for your case. I punch the judge for your case. Anything you want, baby, that's for you, baby. For your case, yo. For your case, yo. No. For your case, yo. For your case, yo. No. 'Cause my papa no be Dangote. Oh, I delegate. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. For my papa no be Dangote. Oh, I delegate. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I go shorty for your case. I go slack back baby for your case. I go call empty Oluomo. I go report all of them. I go shorty for your case. I go slack back baby for your case. I go call empty Oluomo. I go report all of them. Tell me what the hell are you waiting for? If not to drop Indomie, we go drop. If not to suck Gary, we go suck it. What the hell are you waiting for? If not to fry Akara, we go fry. If not to soak Akamu, we go soak it.
I remember I used to call you back then in the late night. I used to be a good girl, but everything just changed now. I feel me from Kawumfa. Last time when a boy you were back up, eh, baby girl. Yes, and the quick came on me, Hamale. Oh, yeah. Tonight I can tell you something. Don't rush, baby, take your time. All I want was to give you love. All I want was to make you smile. You are the sweetest girl, and now you move dangerous. Now you change so serious. Whoa, hey. Let's say I pay what's up, two bars, you baby girl, man, son. Right, what's your baby girl, don't son. Two bars, you they make man shiver. Yeah, I don't know what's up, two bars, you baby girl, man, son. Right, what's your baby girl, man, son.
Joy 99.7 FM.
Missy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 I said, what's this song? Call you, don't pick up, but still late night. Girl, you day online. Eh, me dreaming one girl, I know the bop. My dreaming who saw me, I know the bop now. Why you go do me like that? Girl, why you do me like that? Why you go do me like that? Oh, no, no, no. Tonight I can tell you something. Don't rush,
let's take it back to yesterday. Before the war, before the fight. You know they give me no funny replies. Where you they send me meme for Insta. Young Kasa, you know they beg. Can say me fry, you know they answer. Why they say you know they need me? Why they treat me like a stranger? Girl, when I'm in love with you, and I don't want nobody. I don't want nobody. Girl, I don't want nobody. I love the things you do. See, I don't want nobody. I don't want nobody. So I don't want nobody. And I don't wanna live a day without you. If you just tell me to, you just play. I don't wanna live a day without you. If you say I do something, I just go change. Let's take it back to yesterday. When you call me one and only. When you come see me for Lungu. Who go love you like I love you? Why you they treat me like a stranger? Right now you know they care. You used to call the boy your baby. Man, I mean you draw me good. Yeah, when I'm in love with you. And I don't want nobody. I don't want nobody. I don't want nobody. And I love the things you do. Girl, I don't want nobody. Me, I don't want nobody. Girl, I don't want nobody. And I don't wanna live a day without you. These guys in I never see you. My pressure they high got me down, whoa, whoa. My girl hold on to me, yo. Never ever leave me for crash, oh, oh. Yeah, you they make me shiver, oh. Girl, if you leave us over, oh. With you I get no allow, oh. I want day with you forever, oh.
Robo skeske. If no be you, then tell me who. Them go sempe. Nobody messing with my boo. Robo skeske. If no be you, then tell me who. Robo yeske. Nobody messing with my boo.
My love, Joe, you give me love I never see, oh. My love, Joe, your love means so much to me, oh. My love, Joe, you give me love I never see, oh. My love, Joe, your love means so much to me, oh.
No be what you do or what you say, my love is single, no be plural, yeah. Brother, no be mount, for my bubble you be plural, yeah. Bonnie and Clyde, how I feel when I'm rolling with you. Number one, the African bad girl, and the South, boy, you know how we do. Mwah, baby, you scatter my heart, you, and you load my account, you. See, I no go from more.
My love, what else? You give me love I never see, oh. My love, okay, the
Papa, me yada, princess, the fifth one in our paga. Yeah, me feel the grass in the ya was shada. Mensa, if I'm a chin, who I'm a taba. Body, the shorty got it for days. Or don't call me prep because the way you be winding your ways. Forgetting about the dressing, I try to get it with taste. Until I catch I never see the case. Obi, you get money to talk. If you don't get money, hide your face. You know this talk. Sugar Venture, red bottoms, Louis Vuitton. Physical cash, no checks. Or who the long. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Baby, let me open your cherry. I'm in bold blues. And I pull up your Chevy. When you will cruise. One mess in the younger papi will bloom. It's on the house.
If I tell you that I'm blessed, you could see I don't get stressed. She did pick me for my chest. Damn, I'm lucky. If I tell you that I'm blessed, you could see I don't get stressed. She did beat me for my chest. Damn, I'm lucky. I'm lucky. Mommy come jogodo. I'm lucky. Daddy come jogodo. I'm lucky. Tonight we go jogodo. Damn, I'm lucky. I'm lucky. Mommy come jogodo. Daddy come jogodo. Tonight we go jogodo. Damn, I'm lucky.
Tonight is the night, drinks for two. Open punches, so I bring some juice. Remember, my best offer you can't refuse. And Katakra, now your body is seduced. Keep it gangster, mean muggy. I go worship your body, give you some sweet loving. I dare play that your body is calling. It's been a long time coming, but I'm still falling. It'll be to me, they make ham. My body not what me damn. But yeah, never mammy pam. Yanko pona mammy nam. Me di wake up mammy fam. And I dream about the time. Just let me pray mammy gram. Who is cheating you with yam? And I dream I will be doing the most. Forget your mono when you know your ghost. Remember we was feeling in your dope. Grab it, grab it, chill it, have it.
What I do? What I like to on melanin. Baby, step in a circle and dance to the beat. What I Angelique Kidjo, Monica Benedicta or Caro, or maybe Mancheri Coco. Baby, step in a circle and dance to the beat. Show body, show body, show body, my African lady. Show body, show body, show body, my African lady. Oh, body party the tum tum, and you dancing with the rich make I instrument. My baby ninja boom boom, you rolling with a rock star, no be boom 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 boom. Check it for your man, Juliana. Break it for your hand, Maria. Check it for your hand, Juliana. Break it for your hand, Maria.
Yes, and now you for move like a this. Body so bad, make us speak Japanese. Konnichiwa, wa ginger the floor. Nana, Baba never seen that before. Walai.
Child, you for slow down now. Where you program that? How you move your hand around like a pole dancer? The most sought after. She gonna cut my eye. But I refuse to talk. She mommy what I find. See, Kele no be issue. I get beauty queen and in Mogadishu. So talk better make her feel you. Or make her get to step in if I need to. I did be there. Wait now, I'm just playing a small play. You want to turn to rough? Bad guy, Kwame Eugene. This way do when you get on, you stop. Oh yeah.
Baby girl, me I know lie. When I see you, then I Joy 99.7 FM. Touch you like I touch you. I think about you every night. You over me, girl, I no go lie. Cause if they kiss you like I kiss you. I see me so. Ni so, Ora se wamba ne diami. Biu sa woni no ana mi wo. Ora se wamba ne diami. Oh, baby I'm jealous. Baby I'm jealous. Make so jealous. I know they feel controlling. Yeah, baby I'm jealous. Make so jealous. Girl I make so jealous. I know they feel controlling. Lately I just see you make happy
Joy 99.7 FM.
But you feeling like a queen. Oh baby, lately I just see you make happy without me. They treat you better than I did. Got you feeling like a queen.
And that's King Promise with Mr. Easy with Baby I'm Jealous. And it's the Cosmopolitan Mix here on Joy 99.7 FM. It's about 11:22 and we're on until midday. But have you heard the new song? Yeah, the song that everyone has been talking about since last night. Anyway, Sarkodie and Samini have endorsed Nanado for another 4 years in office. So Ghanaian rapper and entrepreneur Michael Owusu-Addo, known professionally as Sarkodie, and dancehall artist Samini have endorsed President Nanado, Ato Acquah, for a second term in office in this year's election. In his new song titled Happy Days, in which he featured Kwame Eugene, Sarkodie indicated that Mr. Akufo-Addo has implemented a number of good policies that are benefiting all Ghanaians. These policies, he said, include the free senior high school, as well as the uninterrupted power supply to homes and industry. Let's listen to the snippet of the song.
Cause Madame Fwana was yet at be. Then my men and Papa will be and I will turn John. Oh, yeah, dear, my young chain, they were bought. Make I the same way she go about. But when you go to cast me. So when the father said, if you are home, so yes, I didn't have buying it when you went to. That's a doom sort buy and I'm a kaya. Inflation crash on the boss. In the end, that's a man that can name nothing but the free. Yeah, and then we took a mamma, more from the bonnet and I'm not.
Yeah, the beat is something else, isn't it? Really good